Good afternoon, madam. Oh, you would you?
Sidebar actually addressed one of the motions that I was going to make.
So they don't even want to put on their case.
With respect to the state's case, at this point in time, the defense would move for a judgment of acquittal. The state's indicted Mrs. Adelson on 3 counts: first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. All 3 charges of the indictment require that Mrs. Adelson intended for Mr. Markell to be killed. However, as this court is aware, judgment of acquittal should rarely be granted on the issue of intent. However, the remaining issues are different. Specifically, whether the evidence lends itself to a finding that Donna Adelson was a principal to first-degree murder, whether she conspired for Mr. Markell to be killed, or she solicited another to kill Markell. To go through this briefly, Your Honor, to prove the count 1, the state has to establish, obviously in the light most favorable to the state, the evidence would have to support a finding that Mr. Markell is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Mrs. Adelson, and there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markell. Since there's no evidence that Donna Adelson herself committed the crime, you have to look at the principal instruction. Principal instruction requires that, in the light most favorable to the state at this stage of the trial, that there is competent evidence that Donna Adelson helped somebody else or other persons commit the crime. Specifically that she intended the crime to occur, and I think we go back to the initial statement I made about intent, but also that she did some act or said something that was...
This must be the most boring part about being a judge, is you got to sit there and listen to this. He knows exactly what he's going to say. It's all for the record, to perfect the record, Your Honor.
Intended to, and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And for this, I think it's important that we look at how that is defined. And the most recent case on the issue where it was discussed at length is Denise Williams. And
oh my
in the Williams
God.
Case, the first DCA focused on what was done the day of. So in this case, it would be July 18th of 2014. And the site for the Williams case is 314 Southern 3rd, 775. It's the first DCA from 21. It's our position, Your Honor, that there's no evidence that Donna Adelson did some act or said something that was intended to incite, cause, encourage, assist, advise, or advise the other person or persons to commit the crime. And as Williams indicated, you have to focus on what Mrs. Adelson did on July 18th of 2014.
I cannot believe he's bringing up Denise Williams in this. I mean...
Williams' decision says proof of conspiracy alone is not enough. And so, in the light most favorable to the state, let's go through briefly what the evidence reflects.
Evidence of conspiracy is not enough?
Daniel Markell was killed by Sigfredo Garcia, who was driven to and from the scene by Luis Rivera on July 18th of 2014. Both of them were solicited by Catherine McBanawa to drive from South Florida to Tallahassee. Luis Rivera testified that they were hired by the Wendy lady to get her kids back. Luis Rivera testified that he saw that Sigfredo Garcia had a picture of Markell with some writing which he believed to be an address. They made 2 trips to Tallahassee. During both of those trips, according to Mr. Lacoste, Wendy Adelson acted extremely anxious and exhibited odd behavior. At the time of both of those trips, Mr. Lacoste was scheduled to be heading out of town, and he drove a vehicle that looked similar to the ones rented by the shooter. There's no evidence that my client ever spoke with Catherine McBanawa.
He drove a what? He drove a what? No! Never! Right, we're going to be talking about these cars for an hour now. We'll have to come back to trial. He drove a what? Right, how do I press play?
Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera.
Your client did speak, however, with Charles Adelson in the chain of communications. I believe the state's wording was the train cars.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to get to that.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. The evidence, the undisputed evidence.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm about to get to the evidence.
Is that Charlie Adelson kept stacks of stapled cash in his house. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson did the same. The evidence also reflects that Charlie Adelson had a safe the size of a refrigerator. There's no evidence that Donna Adelson had a similarly large safe. Before Mr. Markell was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Jeff Lacoste that the only way she could leave Tallahassee is if something happened to Mr. Markell. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson was aware of this statement made by Wendy Adelson. And there is no evidence that she also agreed that there was no way that Wendy Adelson could leave Tallahassee unless something happened to Dan Markell. Before Mr. Markell was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Mr. Lacoste that Charlie looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013 after relocation was denied. There is no statement in evidence whatsoever that Donna Adelson was either aware of that, or said or did anything to encourage that or incite that. There's also no evidence that had been admitted that Donna Adelson was aware of the claim, that Charlie Adelson had actually looked into that. And additionally, before Mr. Markell was murdered, whenever Charlie was on the phone with his mother, he would walk out of the house to speak with his mother on the phone when Catherine McManus was there. After Mr. Markell was murdered, Catherine McManus went to Charlie's house. Charlie, according to the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, Charlie told her that his parents had just left. I rewatched her testimony over the weekend. During her testimony, she did not say that Charlie said anything at that point about his parents leaving money at the house. She testified that she woke up the next morning and Charlie said he had put the money in the trunk. She then left and tried to locate Sigfredo Garcia. She testified that when she got the money back later that day or the following day, the money was stapled together. Her testimony was pretty clear. She said a couple days later, I'm pretty sure I contacted him and asked him why the money was back. She did not say that she did. After Mr. Markell was murdered, Donna Adelson followed her daughter's instructions and used the last name Adelson for her grandchildren. After Mr. Markell was murdered, Donna Adelson conveyed the message from their family attorney, Weinstein, to Rob Adelson to not talk to the cops. After Mr. Markell was murdered, Donna Adelson wrote checks from Charlie Adelson's business account to Catherine McManus at Charlie's instruction. The evidence that has been admitted reflects that that business belonged to Charlie from 2012 to 2020. As this court knows, being a manager of an LLC is not the same as being an owner. After Mr. Markell was murdered and the bump happened, Donna Adelson begged the undercover to go to the cops and tell them what he knew.
Look how unimpressed. Look how unimpressed Judge Everett is. He gets the same look on his face when he finds out that the diner is out of maple syrup.
After Mr. Markell was murdered, Charlie kept up the lie that he told Donna Adelson when discussing the arrests of Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Now, the only way, it is our position, the only way that the state overcomes counts 1 and 3 is by improper stacking of inferences. They have evidence that Donna Adelson allegedly hated Mr. Markell. The evidence is that Donna Adelson didn't like how Dan Markell treated Wendy. The evidence reflects that from 2012 to 2013, according to the emails from Donna Adelson, a non-negotiable was relocation. However, after July 31st of 2013, there has been no evidence admitted in this trial that Donna Adelson said or did anything to convey the message that she would do anything for Wendy and the children to move to South Florida. There's no mention.
As to the argument about inferences, however, inferences plus a confession, and you're saying the state has not met its burden?
Judge, I'm getting to that.
Please do.
Please do.
There's no evidence that she solicited anyone to murder Markel aside from these assumptions. The emails, the text messages, the testimony. No one has said that my client solicited anybody to commit murder. The evidence reflects that Donna Adelson vented to Charlie Adelson about how Markel treated Wendy. But as I said, there's no evidence aside from assumption that she went a step further. The state has submitted the July 17th, 2013 email to her parents' shared account, and one of her parents responded, "Wow." The evidence also reflects that had it been Donna Adelson that responded, all the other email correspondence that's been admitted reflects that she would have sent something much longer. But even if she did know it, the motion itself, and I would ask the court to take a look at the prayer for relief in that grandmother motion, it was not to prevent Donna Adelson to spending time with the boys. It was to spend, or unsupervised, it was to prevent her from spending time with the boys in contravention of the right of first refusal, not to prohibit any unsupervised contact. So even if the court were to find that in the light most favorable to the state that my client was aware that the grandmother motion was filed, the relief that the state believes was sought is not what was sought in the motion. As to the alleged confession, Your Honor, what the confession, as I heard it, was that she wrote the checks. She paid the money after.
I think we'll get the court reporter to read it if need be, but go ahead, please finish.
What she did after the murder is not evidence of her intent prior to the murder. And that's what Williams talks about. What evidence is there in the light most favorable to the state that prior to the murder, Mrs. Adelson did something? I think that if we were before the court on a different charge and the statute of limitations had not expired on it, that the situation might be different. But we're here for principal to first degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. Venting about how somebody's treating their daughter is not the same as asking somebody to have them killed. The evidence reflects that, I know that the state's argument or belief is that the birthday gift is a murder. The birthday gift, the evidence reflects, was the party and the caterer. You have to make an inference on top of another inference that the birthday gift.
I always have to make sure that my non-English speaking paella chef is booked 6 months in advance as well, you know.
Was murder. So focusing on what evidence exists as to my client's statements and actions prior to the murder actually happening. According to Williams, judgment of acquittal is appropriate on count 1.
Concerning Williams specifically, was there evidence of consciousness of guilt admitted against the defendant in the same way it's been in this trial?
In Williams?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
So in addition to circumstantial evidence and inference, we also have in this record the defendant allegedly making a confession, suborning perjury, and attempting to flee. As to those pieces of evidence linking up with the others, what is your argument?
Well, Your Honor, I think Williams speaks to the fact that there's even more evidence. In Williams, you had the co-conspirator testifying directly that Miss Williams was involved in the planning, but she wasn't involved in the execution. All of those The after the fact things, yes, it might be relevant to consciousness of guilt. However, it doesn't overcome the absence of evidence as to what Donna Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. That's what Williams speaks to.
And you are disputing that she dropped off any money to Charles Adelson on that date as payment to the trigger gun.
What I'm saying is that there's no evidence that she knew on July 18th. In the light most favorable to the state, obviously I disagree ultimately that that's what happened, but in the light most favorable to the state, which is the standard that we're applying here today, there has to be that next step, that she knew what it was for. And there's no evidence that she did. As a result, Your Honor, we're asking that the court grant judgment of acquittal on counts 1 and count 3.
Response from the state.
Oh, this is going to be good.
In considering this JOA argument as to whether there is sufficient evidence for this defendant to be a principal to the charges, the state first wants to point out the emails in this case that detail the defendant's hate for Dan Markel and her motive. If he's out of the picture, then Wendy and the grandsons can come to live in Miami where she is, and she was the person who benefited most from this crime by them being able to do that. We also heard from Luis Rivera. He said that he and Garcia followed Dan Markel's car from his home to the daycare, to the gym the day of the murder, and had surveilled Dan Markel's comings and goings from the park outside of Trescott Drive in the month before and the weekend of the murder. We also saw on the defendant's planner where in 2014 she had the year, make, model of Dan Markel's car as well as his license plate. We also heard from Catherine McBanois. She said that Charles Adelson said that his parents had just been at his house the night of the murder when she arrived, and then also told her his mom had washed the money. This was the same money that was provided to the killers and that McBanois found was wet. That testimony was corroborated by phone evidence showing that the defendant stopped at Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. We saw the text message from her saying she's outside his house, and that was during the short stretch of highway where she has 1 hour unaccounted for on her drive, when the rest of her drive she was able to accomplish within the estimated time that the mapping software would think that she would have. We also heard from Rob Adelson and heard that she told him not to talk to the FBI, and when he let her know that he already had, she said, well, you don't know anything anyway. She also had a complete lack of curiosity about what happened, according to him, and said that, I don't know and I don't care what happened, it's not my concern. We saw from the evidence that this defendant had an access to a large amount of cash, kept her cash in a safe, and that it was very common for she and Charlie Adelson to transfer cash back and forth to each other. We saw that she signed 44 checks to Catherine McBanois from Adelson Institute over the course of 2 years. This is despite the fact that Charlie Adelson had signing authority there. He could have done it himself if it was just him acting alone here. We also heard that in 2015, Harvey Adelson bought Adelson Institute back from Charlie Adelson, and we saw on the summary of the checks where roughly half the checks written to Catherine McBanois were written from fall of 2015 to spring of 2016, where Harvey Adelson would have been back as one of the primaries in the business. Donna Adelson, we also saw from the bump video, she was handed an article with Danny's picture about the murder, and she calls her son. He's the first call that she makes, and she tells Charlie specifically that this involves the both of us and that it involves the two of us when she's talking about the article that she was handed about Dan Markel's murder. So while there is a lot of circumstantial evidence and inferences in this case, there is also direct evidence, and the state argues that her admission that after being handed an article about the murder that it involves both of us and it involves the two of us to Charlie Adelson is direct evidence and an admission of guilt in this case. And she also tells Charlie Adelson the TV costs $5, or this TV is about $5. And that's the same TV that's referenced that Charlie Adelson bought instead of hiring a hitman, and that Wendy's family, that her mother helped set up as part of her alibi and emailed Wendy about that day after the appointment was made by her father. When the wire took place, she and Charlie Adelson are overheard discussing the fact that they don't need to be talking on the phone, they don't need to be talking in an apartment. They go to great lengths to take a walk outside, to sit down by the water where they can't be overheard, to sit by the pool where they believe they're not able to be heard by law enforcement. And on the wire, we see the same pattern of communication that was seen in the call detail records before the wire took place. Donna to Charlie to Catherine to Garcia. And this is consistent with Magbanoir's testimony of how communication was relayed in this case.
Before you continue, Ms.
Yes,
Dugan,
ma'am.
specifically as to the argument of stacking inferences, what is the state's position?
The state's position is there are inferences in this case. There is circumstantial evidence in this case. However, there is also direct evidence. Even if there was only circumstantial evidence, the Bush case from the Florida Supreme Court did away with excluding every reasonable hypothesis of innocence in circumstantial evidence cases. However, we have more than just that here. We have this defendant writing checks to the middleman of this murder. We have her admitting it involves the two of us. And we also have her suborning perjury by admitting to one of her friends in custody, Patricia Bird, that she did do what she was accused of. That's what Miss Bird said on direct, and I clarified that with her on redirect. Was it that she told you that she just wrote checks, or did you specifically ask her, did you do what she's accused of, or did you do what they say you did? And she said that no. She said she did what she was accused of. And she's also offering to pay for false testimony from Bird and from Miss Bernhardt, and even writing a script for Miss Bernhardt to come in and recite in trial. We also have Donna Adelson adopting Charlie Adelson's extortion defense during and after Charlie's trial through text messages. And on the other hand, we have texts between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson in 2016 where we see that Charlie Adelson is telling her that his attorney is meeting with Garcia's attorney, and we see her reaction to that, which is not consistent with someone who believed that they were being extorted by Garcia or by that group for the past 2 years. We also see the 2016 text messages where we see Donna Adelson's reaction to Charlie Adelson workshopping this other possible theory of Dan Markel's murder. And our argument is that reaction is not consistent with somebody who believed that she was being extorted, according to Charlie Adelson, for the past 2 years. We also have evidence of consciousness of guilt in this case. We have her fleeing with an emergency fast-track visa she sought to obtain within hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict. And within also hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict, sending a text that says, basically, I'm next, but that won't happen, and I'll take care of that. And then going to board this flight to a non-extradition country a week later. So the state's argument is all of that circumstantial evidence combined with the direct evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the state, there has been competent substantial evidence that a reasonable trier of fact could find the existence of the elements of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right, the legal standard the court must apply at this point is reviewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I believe in Turner versus State 29 Southern 3rd 361. In moving for a judgment of acquittal, a defendant admits the facts and evidence in every conclusion favorable to the state that may be reasonably inferred from the evidence. As to the direct evidence, the circumstantial evidence, and also the consciousness of guilt evidence taken together, I believe this is sufficient to overcome the matter that was raised in Williams versus State. The motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied at this time. Does the defense, as to counts 1 and 3 specifically of the
Are
indictment?
you sure about that, Judge? You don't want to think about it?
Does the defense have any other motions to raise?
Just a moment. Judge, there was an issue that Your Honor raised last week concerning advice of counsel. I don't know if we can
Yes.
approach to address that.
You may.
Skipping. Look at him there. He's thinking, hey, what am I going to get from the Metro Deli today? I've been dreaming about that pickle all weekend. Maybe I should get 2 pickles. Maybe I should get them to cut up the pickle and put it right there in the bread. Michelle! How you doing, Michelle? And everybody else, Caledonian Celts. Teresa. Nikki. Crazy Phil. Wow, we've got a druid priest in the gallery today. What? Shouldn't you be doing something at Stonehenge? He's got a plaited beard. The fuck? His chin looks like the head of an 8-year-old girl. Crazy Phil. You'd think they'd get, what's the deal with the church pews in the gallery? I think they should have zero gravity chairs, Barca lounges. Microbial Dance Party 1331 says, let's go! Love the passion. Passion like a microbe. And we're skipping. Alright, that's it. We're up to date. So I was thinking when I come over to the States, I want to get a shirt that's made of the American flag. That'd be great. A real one from this courtroom. Just sneak it out, hide it under Judge Everett's robes. Jojo, how you doing? GM all. I'm here watching on the big screen. Hey, I finally figured how I can just put stuff on the TV. And it's real easy. Real easy. But the TV is not in a good position. I can't see it. But Soap could watch. Soap could watch all day. Look at that box of Sharpies. That is one big box of Sharpies. They're charging I'll be going straight on the stationery bill. Banker's boxes. I don't want a plastic banker's box for my legal defense. I want the classic, you know, that one that's cardboard but it looks like it's made of wood. That's in everything. Raku. Couldn't agree more, Jojo. Raku. I've got my foam hand that says Go Capman raised up in the air. You see, if I were there, I would literally get, a couple of hundred of those made and hand them out outside the courthouse. We could turn this place into a circus. I'm always watching on my TV unless I'm at work. That's awesome, Michelle. Oh, I bet you've got a real nice couch too, right? The best. What is all this banging? I bet you guys can hear that banging. They're knocking down our house. Oh man. That's too much. So what's left on the trial agenda? Donna will have a yap. Then Charlie will drone on for a bit. Then Donna goes to die in prison before she's fast-tracked to hell. Pretty much. I mean, let's think about it. It's going to be very interesting if the defense does call Charlie to testify. I mean, to be honest, I think that probably will happen, but I'm surprised that it will. Unless he was going to come in and say, it was all me. My poor mother didn't know. Which he's not going to do. He was sure happy with that Wendy's triple, wasn't he? He seemed to be in really good spirits. I don't know if it was because of the food or the van ride or just in general. I mean, maybe he was the happiest I've ever seen him. And it seemed to be genuine rather than this Charlie Adelson version of happiness where it's just shitting on people and, self-elevation. I've always been saying that prison probably really is the best place for Charlie to allow his soul to grow and be nurtured, When you take away all of that excess in his life, excess kills people's souls, There's not a single example of someone having inner peace when they live in a life of excess. That doesn't happen. They're mutually exclusive. I haven't watched the video on that Tonka put up yet. I haven't watched anything of anything. I refuse. But I did see Tonka's short clip, just the 14-second video on Tonka's channel. Easy growing. Hello. Charlie is coming. Well, maybe he's there. He's present. He's ready. The question is, I felt sure that the state was going to call him as a witness, and they didn't. So maybe the defense will. The state could still call him on their rebuttal case. Amy texts me to say, stop calling her Tonka. And I only call her Tonka because that was the Miss what do you call it? Misnomer. That that other creator made. So it's really just making fun of that other creator. No disrespect to Tonka at all. Veronica, how you doing? I am driving most of the day back to Miami, but I'm listening to you, I think, judged him by how crazy Charlie looks in the transport video. Calling him would be a huge mistake. Yeah, probably. But it could happen. I think what we're not going to see from this defense is what we saw in Charlie Adelson's trial, which was, I think they called Charlie himself and Kristen, Wendy's divorce attorney that withdrew from her case. I think that was it. It was a very flimsy, inadequate, I think, with Jackie and Josh. They're going to throw everything they can at this.
Please bring in the jurors.
Yeah, but in the short clip that I saw, Kiwi, Charlie, he just seemed in really good spirits. He was very polite to the guards as well, and I guess it was just the travel and the food. It must mean a lot when you're in his situation. Hey, Manning, 7631, how you doing? It's not Tonka, it's Tanika. But I think it's funny to call her Tonka. No disrespect to Tonka or Tanika. It's the other creator that got the name wrong when they oh, I've released the gender. Now everyone knows who I'm talking about.
All right, jury enter the courtroom.
Yes. Okay. Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
I hope everyone had a good, restful, long weekend. At this point in time, we are going to begin with the defense's case in chief. Mr. Zellman, you may call the defense's first witness.
Let's call Annie
Yep.
Cunningham.
Is this one of Donna's friends?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Morning.
Why is she wearing a Rorschach? What is it? Is it Rorschach? You know that ink blot test? Why is she wearing that ink blot test as a shirt? I feel like someone should ask me what I see when I look at her shirt, and I'm saying, a bunny rabbit killing a chicken with a knife.
Good morning.
Just pull that microphone a little over closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Make sure you speak into it so everyone
Yes,
can
yes,
hear.
ma'am.
Okay. If you could, tell us your name and then spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Anne Elizabeth Cunningham, ANNE-ELIZABETH, Cunningham, CUNNINGHAM.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, you're aware why we're here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't want your address, but where do you live?
I live in Naples, Florida,
Okay.
and New Jersey.
Okay, so you spend some time in New Jersey during the year and some time in the state of Florida.
That is correct.
All right. And tell us, what did you do? Are you retired?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what did you do for your career?
I was a teacher, a special education teacher.
Okay. Do you know Donna Adelson?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you known Miss Adelson?
Since 2009.
Okay. And how is it that the two of you met?
Excuse me?
How did you meet?
We met when my life partner and I drove to Florida and arrived on Christmas Eve, and the only place that was open was a Chinese restaurant, and he bit into a spare rib and cracked his tooth.
Okay.
So he actually went to high school with Harvey, and
Okay.
Harvey was a practicing dentist at the time.
Okay. And what is his name?
Ronald Guterson.
Okay. And so he cracked his tooth, and what
Ronald Guterson. What a great name.
happened?
And he called a mutual friend from high school also and said, who do we know in South Florida who can help me? And our friend mentioned Harvey's name, and we called him, and he came in the next day to treat Ronnie.
Okay. And when you said they went to high school together, that wasn't in Florida, right?
No, it was in Manhattan, New York.
Okay. All right. Very good. So he was able to take care of Ronald?
Yes, he made a special trip, it was Christmas Day, to come in and care for him.
Okay. And then how did that lead to you meeting Mrs. Adelson?
When Ron returned, he said that he had re-met a former high school classmate of his, and that he was a very lovely man, and that he thought it would be very nice if maybe we had dinner together with his wife.
And did you do that?
We did.
Okay. And from there, did you develop a strong friendship?
We did. We all got along very well and developed a friendship.
Okay. And when you spent your time in Florida, was that Naples at that point?
No, it was in southeast Florida,
Okay.
Aventura.
All right. And was that closer to where the Adelsons were living at that time?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So did you spend quite a bit of time together?
We did.
Okay. Socializing?
We did.
Did you travel together at all?
Quite often.
Okay. So you had a lot of contact over the years?
Very much so.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to speak to her on the telephone when you were away in New Jersey?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you say you had regular contact throughout?
Regular contact.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, this nice young lady.
All right. Why is she so happy about it? Absolutely. Regular contact. Regular contact. I was up in New Jersey and I'd phone up Donna and I'd say, hey, we're coming down to Florida. How about taking out that boat?
Over here, she's typing every word that we're saying, and I have a bad habit of talking over people, and she will shoot me if I do that. So I'm going to
And
try.
I have a bad habit of speaking quickly.
So you and I are going to need to make sure we wait until the other person finishes before we start to speak, okay? So you had regular phone contact with Mrs. Adelson while you were in New Jersey each year?
Yes.
And then spending time together while you were in Florida?
Yes.
And you said it started out in Aventura, Florida, and that was close to where she lived. At some point, you got your home then in Naples, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, but still continue to spend time with the Adelsons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet her children?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I met two of her children.
And who were they?
I met Wendy
Okay.
and I met Charlie.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity with the Adelsons to spend time with Wendy, her children, and Danny?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
And you never met Rob?
No.
Okay. All right. How would you best describe Donna Adelson and what you've come to know of her over these many years?
Objection, relevance, and 404, Your Honor.
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
Does anybody know exactly what Charlie Adelson got from Wendy's? If so, if someone could go to Wendy's today and get that, I would love to see a photograph of what he ate. We don't have Wendy's here. Fucking bit of a chirpy witness, right? Look at her. Couldn't be happier. You're gonna get your 15 minutes. Yeah, shoot me. I thought that was a strange thing as well, Nikki. The court reporter will shoot me. What? Yeah. Veronica the minimalist. Veronica owns two things. I have more than two things. Too many things. I mean, most of them are tools. It's nice to have tools, no? I'm trying so hard not to laugh out loud in my office. You're actually funny today, Metrix. Thank you. Hey, there's AA Legal Focus. Right behind Harvey. It looked like he got nuggets. That's it? They didn't get him a fucking burger? God. Where do I live? I live in Portugal. A Manning.
Objection is overruled on 404 grounds. As to the relevance, let's move to that, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. With respect to Mrs. Adelson and your observations of her over these, 15 years, have you found her to be a hateful person?
Never.
Is she aggressive towards others?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten anyone?
Never.
Have you ever seen her harm anyone?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten to have somebody harmed?
No.
Did she ever make statements to you? Well, let me ask you this first. You were friends with her, obviously, when Wendy was going through her divorce.
Yes.
During that time period, through the divorce, and up to the time that Danny Markell was killed, you're aware that he was murdered?
Yes, I am.
Okay. At any time during that period, did she ever say she wanted to have Danny Markell killed?
Never.
Ever say she wanted him to be harmed?
Never.
She got upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that she displayed her anger over that situation?
Black Eagle, hello.
She would be frustrated, and then she would calm down, and she told me that she...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, you can't say what she said.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But during that time period, did she ever do anything other than vent to you about it?
Never.
Did she ever claim she was going to do anything about
Never.
it? Okay. Would you say that she is supportive of her children?
Very.
Okay. And she's Jewish. Are you as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you find her parenting consistent with the traditions of raising Jewish children.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah?
There's been some testimony that she kind of managed her kids' lives. Did she give them advice?
Yes.
Did the children, as they were adults, make up their own minds about what they wanted to do?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you would talk on the phone with Miss Adelson. Did you use home phones to do that during some of the period of time?
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
Home phones, like landlines?
Sometimes.
Okay. Did you use cell phones?
Many times.
Okay. Did you travel with Harvey and Donna Adelson?
Many times.
Okay. And as part of your travel, did you go overseas?
Yes.
And in your travel overseas, did you ever use any of the applications that you can put on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall which applications you all used?
WhatsApp and Viber.
And what was the purpose of using those?
Because you didn't get charged, for, and also to keep in communication. If we were on a cruise or on a land trip, where are you? Where are you? When are we meeting? Because they were free.
Okay.
It was easy.
So while you were overseas, instead of having to pay increased rates on your cellular plan from the United States, you could use this app for free?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use those apps with Mrs. Adelson to hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted, so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
No.
Okay. I want to talk to you, lead you forward to the date that Danny Markell was murdered. That was July the 18th of 2014. Do you recall speaking to Mrs. Adelson on that date?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you explain to us how you were contacted and the nature of the conversation?
I was called, and Donna was quite hysterical.
Okay.
And she said to me, Danny's been shot.
Sustained.
Goes
Do
to-
not speak to what anyone said out of court, ma'am.
Your Honor.
Please continue.
May
It
we
is
approach,
strict.
please?
Please approach.
Ooh, that was a bit stern. Yeah, we can talk stew. We can talk stew. Caldo verde. Let's have a look at some stew. I am starving. Oh. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, God, I might be in the mood for some stew today. Make a big old pot. What have I got? I think I do have some carrots. What about another one? Oh, this one's nice. With the beef, with the roast beef. Where is it? There it is. Oh. Nice. We really... When are we going to do the Adelson cookbook? Man, we got to find that investor. Hey, who's rich in the chat? So many projects that we've got to get off the ground. We need extra pairs of hands and money. Tracy! Hey, isn't that the Tracy that went down to the trial? I think it might be. Tracy B. How was it? Was it overcrowded? Was it difficult to get into the gallery? Did they have an overflow room? Were there people lining up outside in the morning, or how do those fundamentals work about this trial? Yeah, Judge Everett's impatient today. He's usually so gentle and jolly. But the gloves are off. See you later, microbe.
Thank you, Judge. Before we talk about what she might have said to you, at the time that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson, was it the day that Danny was murdered?
When he was shot, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I use murdered because obviously he didn't pass away until the next day, but
Yes.
he was shot and barely surviving on the 18th. So that's when I refer to that. That's why I say that
Yes.
date. Okay. So when you spoke to her, did she call you or did you call her? Do you recall?
She called me.
Okay. And when she called you, did she appear to be upset?
Very.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was her tone of voice, based on your knowledge of her for the 15 years, did she seem to be upset?
Very.
Okay. Did she seem to be...
Oh, Nikki, absolutely. I thought that a few moments ago. Her lipstick is a terrible choice. I mean, how does someone make such a bad choice? You know? How do you make such a bad choice when you know you're going to be on national television in front of millions of people that have only got one opportunity to look at you ever, and you choose that lipstick? Horrible. No good at all. What color would be best? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's difficult for me to imagine.
at a point in time where she had just learned what had occurred?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had just learned that this had happened?
Yes.
Okay.
She did.
I'm sorry?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And during the course of your discussion with her about what had transpired, did she continue with this state of mind that she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And while she was upset, what did she indicate to you?
She told me that Danny had been shot and that they were going to Tallahassee and that she was very concerned and worried about Wendy and the boys, whether they were in danger.
Okay.
Because she did not know who had shot him.
Okay. And did she indicate whether she was concerned about Danny and him being in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had plans to go to see him at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Probably not.
During the time that you had this conversation with her, was this the only time that you spoke to her that evening?
I believe so. Maybe one more time.
Okay. And is it your understanding from later discussions with her that she and her husband Harvey actually did come to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with her later on while she was in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. And did she provide any information to you about a memorial service that took place?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you what had transpired at the memorial service?
She told me it was incredibly sad and painful and wrenching.
Okay. And at the time that she was telling you this, did she still was she still very upset about what had happened?
Yeah, but when she said it was incredibly sad and painful and wrenching, she was just talking about being in Tallahassee. It's nothing to do with the memorial. It's just...
Yes.
Okay. I want to go forward just a little point in time. Did you continue to stay in contact with Mrs. Adelson and her husband from the time that Danny was murdered moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware at some point that her son, Charlie Adelson, who you said you had met, was arrested?
Yes, I was.
In the case, okay. And did you keep up with the case against Charlie in social media or news or anything?
No.
Okay.
I really don't do social media.
Okay.
And of course it was on the news.
Okay. Did you watch it on the news?
As little as possible.
Okay. There came a time that Charlie Adelson was on trial for the charges against him. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. At that time period, in speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Adelson, was it brought to your attention that
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
at some point did you allow Mr. and Mrs. Adelson to stay in your home in Naples
Yes, I did.
for the purpose of watching the trial?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that they actually did stay there for a good portion of the trial?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, moving forward, did you become aware that Charlie Adelson was convicted of the offenses with which he was charged?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that, well, you knew their grandchildren, both of their grandchildren from Danny, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a bar mitzvah planned for the younger one in January of 2023? No, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually attend that?
Yes.
Okay.
What did you think of Wendy's dress?
Did there come a point in time where, after the verdict, that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson about what in the world she was going to do?
Yes.
Okay, and did she discuss with you that she had planned?
Objection, hearsay.
The answer would call for hearsay. Do you have an exception to offer concerning those?
It's going to go to her state of mind, Judge.
You need to lay the foundation as to why this specifically would go to state of mind, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So could you explain to us,
Could you explain to us what the fuck Wendy was wearing to her son's bar mitzvah in a synagogue? Where apparently, I've heard, not a Jew, I've just heard that you're not even supposed to wear red in a synagogue because it draws attention to yourself when you should be doing something, holy. You know what else draws attention to yourself in front of a full row of 13-year-old boys? Having your badongadongas hanging out of your silky, pervy robe like that. Put your badongadongas away from the rabbi. My God, why would you wear that to such an... I mean, why would you wear that anywhere for a start, but particularly to your own son's bar mitzvah? Are you kidding me? And I think someone sent us a link to this very same garment on Temu for $14.95 or something. My God. Horrible.
the behavior, how Mrs. Adelson was acting at the time? Don't tell us what she said yet, but how was she portraying herself at that time? Was she upset?
Yes.
Okay. How did she express that to you, that she was upset? Not in words, just your observations, hearing her on the phone, etc.
She cried a lot.
Okay.
She was very concerned about Harvey,
Okay.
very concerned about Charlie,
Okay.
and just incredibly sad.
Okay. And during the time that she was sad and worried about Harvey and Charlie, now that he's going to prison for life, you knew
Yes.
that? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So during that, when she's having these emotions, did she tell you that she was planning on
Hearsay.
Please approach.
You know where I see this lady's hair and earrings and lipstick is on a mall walker, right? On an old lady that's running around at, speed walking around a mall at 8 o'clock in the morning in a jogging outfit. That's exactly what it is. I bet she does that. Anyone think this lady's a mall walker? And a shuffleboard champion? Looks like she might have been a smoker too, right? Yeah. Shall I go for the Dijon mustard today? Dijon mustard on roast beef with 2 pickles. No, 3 pickles. Dreaming of that Metro Deli. Yeah, right. The mall walkers in Better Call Saul. Exactly that kind of thing, right? Is that a big thing across America? The United States? Sorry, who hates me? Who hates when I say America? Was it Veronica? Maybe it was Veronica. Do you have any Grey Poupon? Did Judy choose to be behind Harvey, or is it assigned seating? It's not assigned seating, apart from the front rows for the family of victim and defendant.
Members of the jury, we are going to take a brief break before we continue with the direct examination of this witness. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Ms. Cunningham, you may step down. Please step outside the doors. Don't discuss your testimony with any other person.
Yes, sir.
What is happening? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Wow, did you see that micro expression?
Everyone can be seated. We'll resume with the testimony. We'll try to at least within the next 5 minutes. That should give the defense an opportunity to confer with the defendant. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Okay. So, they should be back in a minute or two because we skipped forward. So what can we do now? can we do now? Oh yeah, I know. Can anyone explain this to me? Where is it? From our good friend California Avocado. What is this that is photographed in the Adelson house? What the fuck is that? It seems to be a corpse in a tuxedo. And then a kind of Modigliani alien on the right, on the far right. Right on the border. What is that? Why would anybody have that in their house? What is it? It's freaky. It made me very uncomfortable last night, seeing that. What is it? Does anyone know? This lady gives mob wife. This lady gives mob wife. Okay. The defense has had 3 days to get their shit together. And Zellman came in with that judgment for acquittal. Judgment of acquittal speech. And he was all over the place. What's the matter with you? You can't practice that over 3 days and deliver something that's slick and punchy and organized and what? What's wrong with you? Holy hell, we're about 10 minutes into trial and already have a bathroom break. This is going to be a long week. Yeah, that is quick, wasn't it? The defense is so unprepared, it's ridiculous. Watch out for that Jackie, though. Watch out for that Jackie. I know, Mary Claire. I think Harvey is thinking about getting his sandwich pressed today, extra crispy, with the melted cheese. We will be making a sandwich real soon. I went to get the ingredients at the weekend, but then I realized I didn't have any money, so we've postponed the development process. But we will be back with the Harvey, whatever that might be. Maybe Donna got it to pretend she's home when she's fleeing to Vietnam as a decoy, yeah. Like in Home Alone, when he puts all those cardboard cutouts on the train set. A new version of Home Alone is these people have to sneak away to Vietnam.
You can check how many jurors are still using the restroom.
Oh. Coming back. Wow, that is super weird. I bet some art gallery sold Donna art. Yeah. I mean, the last one stand gives mob wife vibes, like Goodfellas, the older wives. Yeah, the Jewish mafia. Murder Incorporated, right? With a grey afro and sunglasses. What is going on here? I know. And the fact that it's like just slightly beyond definition, like it could just be an abstract shape that by chance looks like this strange butler of the living dead. I think that's what it is, right? It's like a butler of the living dead. A living dead butler. And just sort of, seems to be just a slight reddish hue to the jacket and this, what do you call it? Penguin shirt. She just got out of the shower. Oh, God. Home Alone. This mannequin is their previous butler. Dan Markel wasn't just the beginning of their killing spree. Soon we'll find out they were into human taxidermy. Yeah. Good point. Let's get it off the screen. It's freaking me out. So they've taken a break for the defense team to confer with the client, with the defendant. I've kind of lost my thought about what the objection was, so I don't know. Susan Cunningham Holland says on our Facebook, on our Space Buns Katie McBanower picture, she says, "Why can't another inmate do your hair? You're in prison during your sentence, right? Doing your time. Why is it bad if someone fixes your hair?" Is that my original post says that Katie McBanower sure does like getting her hair done in prison. I wasn't saying that's bad. I love Katie's hair. I think she should have a different hairdo every day. Susan, chill out. I'll reply. I love her hair. See a different style daily, and I do. What about on the Instagram? Kiwi Vandy, who's here with us now. Kiwi Vandy says, Katie wins the sexy hair comp. Damn straight. I think she should be given an appeal to get out early for that reason alone. I agree. Set her free. She gets it. She's rehabilitated. That hair should be allowed back into our society. The hair didn't do anything wrong. Lego, hello. Yes, it's a thing in Aventura. Look up Aventura Mall. Okay. Let's check out Aventura Mall walkers. Yeah, but these are all fit babes. back.
Everyone can be seated. The objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination of this witness as to any other matters.
Thank you. Mrs. Cunningham, we were talking about the fact that you were speaking to Mrs. Adelson after the verdict came out about her son being convicted, correct?
Yes.
Was she upset about that?
Yes.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was she, did she appear to be distraught about the circumstances?
Yes.
Was her actions and her words to you when she was discussing this with you, was she in a calm state or an excited state?
Very excited.
Okay. And during the course of her conversation with you in that state, did it become to your attention that Mrs. Adelson was considering an option about her life because all of this had just happened?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
She was considering taking her own life.
Okay. And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but if you know from those same conversations with her in that state of mind that she had, did she ever discuss with you a potential plan to just get away to clear her head?
Yes.
Okay. May I have just one moment? Thank you. One last subject I wanted to ask you about. As a Jewish mother and grandmother, are the traditions of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, are those important to you all?
Very important.
Okay, based on your relationship with Mrs. Adelson, was the bar mitzvah that was upcoming for her younger grandson from Mr. Markel, was that something that she was participating in?
Yes.
Was she excited about attending?
Very.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
Pam, are you familiar with the defendant's statement that she could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress that she bought?
No, I'm not.
I guess if she was going to be buried in that dress, she probably wasn't, at least at the time she made that statement, going to be making it to the bar mitzvah. Would you agree?
No. She was always going to be making it to the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it.
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her after Charlie's verdict?
Yes.
Okay. You were best friends with her.
Yes.
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel.
Sometimes.
All right. And did she ever call him names?
Not to my knowledge. Not to me.
Did she share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about plans to threaten or to convert the children to Christianity in order to strong-arm Mr. Markel?
She mentioned that she had said that, and she said that was so foolish of me.
When did she say that?
I don't know whether we were together or on a phone call. I'm not sure.
Did she ever tell you that she was being extorted in reference to Mr. Markel's murder?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, and when you say eventually, when did she tell you that?
We were on a trip to Japan together.
Okay, when was the trip to Japan?
We took so many trips, I'm not exactly sure of the year.
Was it between the murder and the first arrests?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when she told you that she was being extorted, then naturally you learned that she knew who had killed Dan Markel.
No.
Obviously it's the people that are extorting her, right?
She didn't know what, are you talking about? Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
She was forced to make payments to the people that killed
Yes,
Dan Markell.
yes.
That's what the checks were all about, right?
I don't know about the checks.
Well, when she told you she was being extorted, if it wasn't about the checks, how was she being extorted?
I'm confusing that with the bump, I believe. That Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
Prior to the bump, you knew that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
No, I believe it was afterwards.
After the bump, you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
I'm not sure of the timeline.
Okay. And when you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine, you learned that your friend, your best friend, Donna Adelson, was also being forced to write these checks as payment to the killers that were extorting.
I don't recall.
And when the phone call was made to you, you were saying, I guess it was the night of the verdict, you got the phone call and she was very upset and suicidal and so forth. What was your phone number at that time?
I believe my cell number,
Okay, what's your cell number? Just give me the last 4 digits if you want to.
1655.
And did you watch the trial of Charlie Adelson?
At the very end.
Okay, and during the trial of Charlie Adelson, were you in regular communication with your best friend Donna Adelson?
Yes, but we didn't really discuss the trial.
Well, would it refresh your recollection to review your text messages during the trial?
Yes, it's a long time ago.
Okay. An approach. Show you those. I'm gonna just draw your attention to. I've circled a few here, but you're
Sure.
free to look at as many as you need to for context.
Oh yes, this part I do recall.
You do recall that. Thank you.
You can show if that's the same message that you're referring to.
So you did keep some tabs on your friend during the trial of her son?
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when Charlie Adelson was convicted, you disagreed with the verdict, right?
Yes.
You think the jury got it wrong, didn't you?
Yes.
And that was out of loyalty to your friend, right?
No, I thought they got it wrong.
They got it wrong. Okay, and you in fact said to Mrs. Adelson, I know you are all innocent, all caps, all, right?
Yes.
Meaning Charlie's innocent,
Yes.
Wendy's innocent.
Definitely.
No Adelson had anything to do with the murder of Dan Markell. Isn't that what you think?
Yes.
Okay. And when she went to Vietnam, or was trying to go to Vietnam to clear her head, she was going to clear her head in a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay. She was going to clear her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes.
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her. You aware of that?
No.
She didn't say that statement to you.
I don't recall really.
Okay. Do you remember Mrs. Adelson texting you after the verdict and complaining that Wendy had not even called?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that message?
Fine.
Please show the front.
That's the bottom message on this page I'm handing
Which one?
you. Bottom one.
Yes.
refresh your memory.
I remember her describing Harvey being on the floor and crying like a baby.
Harvey's on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendy.
Yeah, but that was because he ran out of pickles. He went to the fridge and picked up the pickle jar, and all there was some brine, which he drank, and then collapsed in tears.
Hasn't even called, right? Isn't
If
that
she
what
wrote
it
that.
says? If she wrote that, didn't you just see where she wrote that?
I did. She wrote that.
And you offered to come.
This witness is feeling the pressure from Donna, and she's clearly knowingly being untruthful, right? She's a terrible liar, and she's demonstrating that she's doing that.
And be with her during that difficult time, didn't you?
I believe we did.
One moment, please, Your Honor. What type of work does your husband do, or did he do before
My
he
late husband?
retired?
My
I'm
late-
sorry, I thought you had, maybe it's not your husband, partner?
Partner.
Is that Mr. Guterson?
Yes.
What type of work does he do, or what's his background?
He owned a computer consulting business.
Does he also do anything with real estate?
He did it with his ex-wife. They flipped apartments a lot. They moved a lot.
Okay.
Made a lot of money in real estate.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
A grand piano, Nikki. That's what she was promised.
Just make sure I understand your testimony correctly. Donna didn't tell you at the time she was writing checks that she was writing checks, correct?
No.
And when you spoke about extortion, you were talking about Charlie being extorted?
Yes.
Donna, did she ever say she was actually being extorted, or
No.
how? Okay.
No.
Okay. Now, you were asked questions by the state, which implied that Ms. Adelson was going to a non-extradition country. She wasn't returning, right?
That's what I was told.
Just now, while you were
Yes,
testifying.
yes.
You didn't hear that before.
No.
Did Donna ever tell you she wasn't coming back?
Never.
In fact, she told you she was coming back, didn't she?
Definitely.
And she was coming back without a doubt to go to what?
Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by the defense or the state potentially in rebuttal? Will this witness be recalled by the defense?
No, Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't.
You are released, Ms. Cunningham.
Excuse me?
You are released.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
In our defense, the next witness would be Ronald Guterson.
Oh, the husband. The mob boss. Judge Everett had no time for that witness at all. I've never seen him so harshly instruct a witness. Harvey Adelson collapses and on the floor crying like a baby. No more pickles. No more pickles.
Mr. Guterson, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will offer will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly
Sure
and
about that?
clearly so the jurors can hear you.
I'm getting the grand piano as soon as I get out of here.
Please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Ron Guterson, Gutterson.
And how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart? You lived in
Au contraire. After graduation,
Au
I
contraire.
saw Harvey next. 25 years later at our
Au contraire. Who says that? Au contraire. We got to check out Stuyvesant High School.
high school reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him. And then in, around 2008 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas, and this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida,
What's This is funny. Okay, I gotta go back and check this guy out again. We're going back to Au contraire.
Client, Donna Adelson.
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was
Hello,
that?
Daphne.
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over there?
Why does his head not move at all when he talks? It's like he's,
Whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
Nobody is supposed to be this still. Look at him.
How do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson,
Oh, that'll
whom
move
I
him.
went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart? You lived in
Au contraire. After graduation, I saw Harvey next. 25 years later at our high school reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him. And then in, around 2008 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas, and this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami, Christmas Eve, everything is closed, we're hungry. What do you eat? Chinese food. So we order Chinese food, I bite into the spare rib, I crack my front tooth. I call a friend of mine who's a dentist in New York who also went to high school with us. And I said to him, who do we know in Florida? I need a dentist. He gave me a choice of names, one of which was Harvey. The other fellows were academics teaching at the university. Harvey I knew from high school. I called him on Christmas. He saw me the next day, and we reconnected, and we became friendly, and then he and Donna and Annie and I would travel together, and we really bonded. The chemistry was there.
Can you describe their relationship, Donna and Harvey?
Once again,
Can you describe their relationship?
What's that supposed to mean? That they were swingers? Yeah, we would take trips, naked trips, and, wife swap. It became a regular thing, a holiday thing, and we bonded. The chemistry was there.
Donna
a
and
very loving couple, very together,
Oh, I'll bet.
very warm.
They were a very loving couple. Do you know what a trombone is?
aware that their son Charlie was arrested in this investigation?
Yes.
During Charlie's trial, can you describe Donna and Harvey's state of mind, how they were feeling about things?
To put it mildly, extremely upset, off the wall, like most caring parents would be.
Oh my God. Yeah, we get it.
Did there come a time, now your life partner is Annie Cunningham?
Cunningham?
Okay. And when you first reconnected in 2008 or 2009, did you all have a place in Miami or in South Florida?
Yes. Annie,
Yeah, we had a place, and we decided to install mirrors on the ceiling so that we could watch. And Harvey had this great idea of installing hooks, little eyelets directly into the walls so that we could, attach handcuffs.
place in Aventura.
And at some point later, did you purchase a house on the west coast of Florida?
In 2015,
And where was that?
Naples, Florida.
At some point during the trial, did you and Annie offer to allow Donna and Harvey to stay at your place in Naples?
Yes.
Why was that?
We were not using the place. We're snowbirds. They,
What?
during the trial, were, for lack of a better word, pestered by bloggers and reporters, and they just wanted to avoid that. We live in a gated community. We offered them the use of our home, especially since we weren't there, and they availed themselves of this opportunity.
They availed themselves
After
of this
the
opportunity.
verdict was rendered in Charlie's case, did you speak with Harvey?
Why does he speak like he's reading from a fucking Edgar Allan Poe novel? They availed themselves of this opportunity. Au contraire, my friend, au contraire.
Harvey and Donna?
Several days later, and Annie spoke to Donna, and obviously they were distraught, and Harvey was off the wall.
What do you mean when you say off the wall?
He was devastated. His son was convicted.
Now, I want to back up a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and education?
I have an undergraduate degree in economics. I have a master's and MBA in finance. I have several credits towards my doctorate in economics.
Any prior military experience?
I was in the Army Reserve Military Intelligence Division.
And when was that?
Approximately 1966 to 1971.
After the conviction, did you become aware that Harvey and Donna were trying to travel to clear their heads?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not that was a permanent move or was it temporary?
It was, to the best of my knowledge, a temporary move. It was approximately November, and they were coming back in January or February for their youngest grandchild's bar mitzvah.
So, although they were traveling, they made it clear that they'd be back for the bar mitzvah.
Yes, Donna had told Annie that she purchased a dress.
Can't say what somebody else said. Just you
Yes,
were
I was aware they were going to return.
under any set of circumstances would they not have returned?
I don't know. That under normal circumstances, they would move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Guterson, while Donna and Harvey were traveling, were you asked to assist with the rental property business?
Yes.
In what way?
The handyman, Jared, was given my phone number. I was given his phone number, and I was asked to do Harvey a favor, that if Jared had any problems like purchasing a new air conditioner, a new refrigerator, he would call me for my approval.
And then, but it was clear to you, clear to Jared, that this was a temporary arrangement while Harvey and Donna were traveling.
Until he returned during his absence.
Just one more moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-exam.
You said that under normal circumstances, they were going to make every effort to return to attend that bar mitzvah, right?
Yes.
Obviously, normal circumstances would not include a warrant being issued for their arrest for first-degree murder. That would be an abnormal
I
circumstance.
am not aware of that.
But you would agree that would be an abnormal circumstance that might
Yes.
prevent them from
By the
coming
same
back.
token, at the time, there was no warrant out for her arrest when they left.
Right, right, but might cause them to not come back, wouldn't it?
Once again,
It might cause them to not
it
come back.
might. You'd have to think twice.
Sure. And when the verdict came down on Charlie Adelson's case, do you recall Mrs. Adelson reaching out to the two of you saying maybe she might want you to come to where she was? Do you remember that?
To Vietnam?
No, sir. She wasn't in Vietnam. I don't know exactly where she was, but she said.
You mean in Florida, in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Remember that?
Yeah, for moral support.
Okay. And where were you located at the time that those text messages were sent? Were you in New
To
York?
the best of my knowledge, in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Okay. And she says that Wendy's not responding to them, so she has some issues she may need your help with. Do you remember that?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And those were the issues regarding your assistance with managing the rental properties?
No, just overall moral support.
Okay, well, she says specific.
Veronica says, this man speaks like he died in 1920 and was excavated for trial. I totally know what you mean. I totally know what you mean. I mean, what he's up here doing is just embarrassing himself in front of millions and telling everyone that he is a brainwash victim and then denying it. Nice.
Specifically, Ron may have some work to do here. What is that reference? Is that the moral support?
That and helping with Jared, but I had never spoken to.
Do you think we're going to hear from the Jared, the handyman?
By Donna about this matter. This was between Harvey and myself.
Okay, but you understood that you may be needed to come down.
My
to Florida to
services
do
may
some
be
help.
needed as a friend to assist.
Right. And you were happy to do that, right?
That's what friends are for.
In fact, the response is, whenever, whatever you need, we're there.
Words to that effect, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Maybe they're not brainwashed victims and they were with knowledge and with ill intent to aid and abet their escape. Maybe.
Redirect.
No question, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Guterson released from the trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state planning to recall him for any purpose? Have a good day, Mr. Guterson. You are released. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is Kelsey, Guay, who might need a few minutes to set up the presentation.
Fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury.
Jared, the handyman, probably did most of the work. The young buck. Harvey and Mr. Guterson just watched, giving each other reach-arounds.
Jury room. We will at that time hear from the next witness.
Hey, welcome Derek from Jakarta. I'm trying to think if that would go, if LA to Jakarta would be over the Pacific or not. Probably. Yeah, have fun. Have some, get yourself a jackfruit.
Everyone can be seated. Please bring in the witness so they can get their computer or other matters set up.
You know what my immigration lawyer just asked me? To send every address that I've had between the years of 2000 and 2019. How am I supposed to do that? I used to move around a lot. You know? How am I supposed to do that? I have no idea. Oh, that's going to be a project. That's going to be a project. I got to do it quick. Keep shining, keep smiling. What a weird witness that guy was. Even weirder than his wife. Au contraire, my dear man. Au contraire. What do they need a break for now? Psh. I don't know. Yeah, real bad, shaky start for the defense with that 3-day weekend that they were gifted, which was a pretty, you know, schoolboy era, as far as I you know, from the state. You're going to give your opponent 3 solid days to come up with something, and you know, I was expecting for them to come out of the gate, whoppa! But no, very shaky, flaky start, nothing and nothing. 2 horrendous witnesses that anyone in their right mind looking at them would be like, well, they're not credible. They're just fucking morons. They're either been conned and brainwashed and selective and, you know, or they're in full knowledge of the truth. And partial. I'll be on your side forevermore. That's what friends are for. Yeah, but we loved with love that was more than love. I and my Annabel Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. I was a child, and she was a child, in this kingdom by the sea. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. That a maiden there lived, whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. Georgia is always ready. These guys always setting up. Pee Wee Newton says, it's crazy to think, had I gone back to Naples, where I grew up, I could have possibly ran into Donna and Harvey. Well, maybe. Let's skipping. This thing about them taking breaks is bad as well. Interrupts the flow of their case. Everything about it is bad so far. I'm surprised. Wappa, wappa. So what else can we do? Did they say who the next witness was? No. So who's it going to be? They said that their case would take about a week, right? So it could span over the next weekend. I think it might. Man, I'm looking forward to closing argument. Then the verdict. Then there'll be a pre-sentence investigation report. That'll take a month. So sentencing would be what? Probably October 12th, something like that. Yeah, if anyone wants to support the channel, there's links in the description. Best place, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Thank you for the support. And thank you to our PayPal supporters who hit us up over the weekend. Much appreciated, guys. Much appreciated. Special thanks to Acapella and Sally, Mr. Pinto Peabody. You, Pinto, you are the best, Pinto. Who's next? We don't know. Veronica Schneider. Maybe that thing they photographed at the apartment was Guterson himself. Oh, yeah! Pull it up. That's what he wears in the sex act. That's Guterson. Oh. Daddy likes to watch. I never want to look at that thing again. Daphne, 35. Did everybody else see the video of Charlie being transported in the back of the van for the trial? He looks like he's completely lost his mind, talking to himself, making hand motions. I think it's the best I've ever seen him. I think he looks happy, and he's polite. He loves the guards. He's all like, "Yes, sir, boss." George ready with the text messages. Derek says you can always play the extended TCM theme in one of the breaks. Sure, let's do it. Where's our...
That's what not my brother Tasso told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything.
I don't. That's the problem. I am telling you, it's not me. It's not me. It's not me. It's not me.
You know, one of the things that makes True Crime Metrix the best channel that covers this case is having musical genius Derek waiting in the wings. Thank you so much for producing that great thing, Derek. Man, I wish they had a clock in this courtroom. Wendy's with a Y. Everybody loves music. Oh, well, thank you, A. Manning, 7631. But I butchered Edgar Allan. I butchered him. I read it backwards. Yeah, they're still not back, huh? Unbelievable. 2 witnesses in on that load of shit with the judgment of acquittal. Judgment of acquittal. We don't even need to put on a case, Your Honor. My client should be acquitted based on Denise Williams. Yeah, okay. We don't need to defend against the state's case because the state has no case. Hello, Soap. How you doing? Why don't you watch... why don't you go and watch your stories? You could sit on the couch and watch your stories. Where is Mr. Squirrel? Pee Wee Newton says, can we see some of the Charlie's transport while we wait? Yeah. How long is it? I sort of, maybe don't want to put it on now and, I think with a video like that, it should be its own thing, no? We should do a separate thing on that. Did I miss anything juicy? It was pretty... Well, you missed 2 character witnesses, best friends of Harvey and Donna, that may or may not be swingers that came in and testified about how innocent they are and how observant of the Jewish faith they are and how they're so kind and not meddling in their children's lives at all. So, yeah, that was it so far. Oh, let's go. Whoa. Who's this? Okay.
Ms. Guay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kelsey Guay, and I'm a senior digital forensic examiner.
Okay. And where are you
And a nice little stocking stuffer, I see.
currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Roll-Off Digital Forensics, which is a small private company based out of Spokane, Washington.
And tell us a little bit about your background and training in the area of digital forensics.
Sure. So starting at the beginning, I graduated from Portland State University with my Master's of Criminal Justice in 2016. During that time when I was in grad school, I worked for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office in their Family Justice Center, which is a domestic violence clinic. After graduating grad school, I became employed with the Portland Police Bureau, which is in Portland, Oregon, I was employed as an investigative crime analyst. So for about 3 years, I supported the entire detective division, and I worked on anything from call detail records, mapping cell site location, developing frequency analysis, looking at pattern of life. I would also help them review search warrant returns, so things like when they get data back from Google, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and I would do some open source, just looking at people's profiles online to help in active investigation. After that, I was the ICAC analyst, and ICAC stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. So during that time, I performed phone extractions. I went on scene to search warrants where there was an internet crimes against person suspect. I would do RAM captures and router examinations. I would also review every single cyber tip and any search warrant returns that came back for those cyber tips. After that, I was the digital forensics lab manager. They civilianized the unit. I was a civilian employee my entire time with the police bureau. And so for about the last a little under 2 years, I managed the digital forensics lab, where I would perform extractions, and I led a team of 5 examiners in doing digital forensic extractions and analysis.
Can you tell?
I believe it's an MSI gaming laptop. That's what I searched. It is a gaming laptop, and what a horrible feature, this little flashing dragon on the back. It's so distracting. I don't like it. I don't want it.
Tell us approximately how many hours of training have you had specific to the review and analysis and interpretation of call detail records and cell site location information?
I have a general 400 hours of training just related to all kinds of things: digital forensics, CSLI, cybersecurity. If I had to guess, I would say maybe 100 hours dedicated to cell site location information.
So that's 2 weeks. Does anyone else become an expert at something as complicated as cell tower location information in 2 weeks? Yeah, I've got 100 hours of training. How much does she get paid? I'd imagine $600 an hour, right? For in court, and probably $450 an hour for outside research.
And with respect to call detail records and cell site location information, how many sets over the course of your career of call detail records have you reviewed for casework?
Like actual files, I don't have an exact number. I would say, close to 1,000, if not over. Some of the cases I work on can have, 10 and more phone numbers. So each case can get quite expansive pretty fast. So I would say, maybe roughly 1,000 different sets of records.
And with respect to mapping of call detail records, can you tell the jury approximately how many times you've had to map cell site location information from call detail records?
Sure. I would say maybe about half. When I was working in law enforcement, they don't always get location information for a call detail record. Sometimes they just get records without mappable location information, and they want like a frequency analysis, looking at patterns before event of interest. So I would say I've probably half of the records I've reviewed.
Have you previously offered testimony in court concerning this subject matter?
I have.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in digital forensics, specific as to cell site location and call detail records?
In Oregon, it's a little bit different, but in at least one, they did provide me as an expert. Most of it was my employment at the police bureau.
At this point, Your Honor, I would tender the witness.
State wished to voir dire the witness as to her training or experience.
No.
Is there any objection to
No
the
need.
ability to provide an opinion in the field of digital forensics?
No, sir.
Members of the jury, while this witness testifies, she will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of digital forensics. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Guay, in this case, did you review call detail records that were provided or obtained by law enforcement?
I did.
Okay, and specific, can you tell the jury what records you reviewed?
So when I started working on this case, I was given a lot of different data just so that they, I could see everything that had been obtained by law enforcement. However, my focus was on Donna's cell phone records, so that's where I kept most of my focus, was on her records. However, I reviewed all of the data, so essentially there's a lot of AT&T records encompassing various time periods, some of them duplicate of the same time period. There were also Sprint records. I think there was also some Verizon and T-Mobile records, so there was a lot.
Okay. Now, we did not provide you with the tower dumps. We just provided you specific with the records of the individuals that were obtained by law enforcement, correct?
Correct, from a company like AT&T, T-Mobile, related to a specific phone number.
Did you also review any testimony that has been provided in the past by Sergeant Corbett?
Yes.
Specifically, what sets of testimony did you review?
There was, I guess from this trial, 2 PDFs that I was given discussing testimony from this trial. I think there was also potentially other testimony from previous events that I skimmed because it wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was asked to look at.
Were you provided the information, were you provided call detail records that included cell site location for Harvey Adelson?
I was.
And specifically for Donna Adelson?
I was.
And Charlie Adelson?
I was.
Were you also provided with a PDF of a PowerPoint that was prepared by Sergeant Corbett?
I was.
Okay. What were you asked to review related to this PowerPoint?
So to just look through all of it, there was about 350 slides, so I, kind of went through it slide by slide, but my specific focus was on slides 26 and 28, which were charts of a frequency analysis.
Would it be helpful to the jury to see specifically what you reviewed and the work that you performed?
I believe you guys have probably seen this already, but yeah, it might be helpful to have a visual.
Can you pull it up, please?
Do you want me to do the present?
Yes, please.
Okay.
If you go back a couple slides, please.
To the beginning?
I'm sorry?
To the beginning?
Yes.
Okay.
So, what are we looking at here?
So this is a screenshot of the folder that contained the document that I focused my analysis on, because this document was related to Donna's cell phone number, her records. In this document, after reviewing all of the different ones, I realized that this document contained the most data. It started, I believe the records started January 1 of 2014, and they went through May of 2017. So it contained both time sets that were seen on slides 26. Additionally, this data contained seconds in the timestamp. And so me as an analyst, when I'm looking at CDR documents, I always prefer to get the document that has the most information, and in this case, to have a timestamp that includes seconds.
Why is that important?
I mean, it's important for, different reasons depending on the case. If you are very interested in building like a chronological timeline, having seconds, right? Because we have 60 seconds in 1 minute. So if your call detail records only show you the minute and not the second, things could be coming in showing the same minute, but you don't actually know which happened first without the second timestamp. So
okay.
different reasons why it can be important.
And in that same note, I think your next slide shows what you obtain when you, or what you see when you open up this file.
Correct.
Can you show that to the jury, please?
I can. So you might have also seen something similar to this earlier in this trial. But this is what that document looks like.
From a real
when you open it
professional.
up. This is just the first 3 rows because this document, like I said, goes through 2017. So there are a lot of rows in this document. So it's just...
Imagine what Sergeant Corbett thinks listening to this, huh?
a glimpse of what it looks like when you open it up in a text document, which is the native format. This is not very easy to work with as an analyst. You could take this and you could put it into an analytical program and run some calculations on it. However, when I looked at this in a little bit more detail, and there
Sergeant Corbett listening to this would be like if Thomas Keller were listening to cooking instructions from, I don't know, some short order cook. You know, how to boil an egg, Thomas. Listen up.
our slides, I realized this data was kind of messy. And by messy, I mean I wouldn't necessarily just trust putting it into a program and trusting the numbers that came out. So I took this document and put it into Excel.
So the programs that you're describing that this data could be put into, are those referred to as tools?
Yes.
Okay. And so since this was messy, how did
One of the options when you open Excel is there's a data option and you can import data. There's a little tool that helps you bring in text files into Excel. And this one is a great one to bring in Excel because it might be hard to see, but there are commas between each of these values. So this is what's known as a comma separated, type file. So it translates very nicely into Excel.
And can you show the jury how that looks when you put it into Excel, please?
I can.
I understand what that means, but it was explained so badly that it's lost on the jury. I'm sorry. Comma-separated values. You could just say, instead of the table system that you have in Excel, the spreadsheet, instead of columns and rows, you have values separated by commas. Each line is a new row. Each comma-separated value is a new column.
So this is that exact same first three rows, and this is what it looks like in Excel.
How does the software, does Excel know how to separate that those three lines into making this correctly?
So essentially there's like a little walkthrough tool when you import data into Excel from a text file, and it will show you a preview. Is this what your data should look like? And you can say, yep, it's using a comma, it's displaying correctly.
Is there anything that you have to do with the times to adjust them for Eastern time?
Yes, so this specific file, it's again probably very small, but in column 2 or B, the header says connect date or con date time UTC. So this is very common for call detail records to come in UTC, and if they explicitly say UTC, you know it's UTC. So for these records, the times of interest were in the summer, so I knew that this would be in Eastern time. So I was able to add a column in Excel. Again, very easy to do this in Excel. Add a column, write a quick formula, do that time conversion so that I could make sure that, because if you have a call that's in UTC, it might be showing on a different day, but if it kind of happens within that, plus or minus 4 window of when days change, I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right dates for Eastern time.
And then and you did this for what data?
I did this for Donna's records, the file that we had identified on that very first slide.
Okay. And then did you also do a similar analysis for Charlie's call records?
I looked at his phone records. I did not go quite in depth as what I did with Donna's, but I did look at his in Excel as well.
And I believe the next slide is that frequency chart?
No, the next slide is essentially an example of kind of the messiness that I was referring to earlier.
You could show the jury that, please.
Yes, of course. Would you like me to explain?
Yes, please. What are we looking at now?
Okay. So this is that exact same document. Now, instead of just looking at the first 3 rows, we're looking at rows 1 through 9. And this is at the very top of the document. So as I open up any kind of call detail records, I want to get an idea of what the data contains. So in this example, that red box is just showing 3 unique rows.
Maybe not sisters, but cousins. Like an older cousin, a meth head cousin. Maybe they should switch places. Close enough.
Rows of data. But when I look at these 3 unique rows, I see a couple things that indicate to me that these 3 unique rows might all be referring to the same one call event. And by call event, I mean like an incoming or outgoing call. So if a program takes this, it might see this as potentially 3 different call events. Whereas me as a human, I can realize, oh, there's indicators that tell me that this is one call event.
Is there any way you can zoom in?
This is terrible, both from Zellman and the witness. Nobody knows what the value is of any of this that is being discussed. You know, state your case for the love of God.
In on that a little bit?
Not in the presentation mode.
Okay, if you could back out of the presentation mode and zoom in so that the jury can see what you're talking about, please.
I will do my best.
The header of an Excel is very common to be in UTC. Okay. Turn that flashing dragon off.
Okay,
I hate
so
it.
The top line that we're looking at there on line 6, what does the data from that line of call detail records tell you?
So essentially when I look at row 6, I see the connect date time, which is when the call was initiated, whether it's an incoming or outgoing call. I see a few things. I see the seizure time, which is the time it takes for the network to set up the call, the elapsed time, which is ET. That's how long the phones would have quote unquote connected. I see the originating and terminating number. So, oops, a little too far. There we go. Originating number, so the call that it was started on, terminating the call, the phone number that the call was ending on. And then because this is a screenshot of Donna's phone records ending in 0997, we also see the IMEI and IMSI. Those are just the, it's like a VIN number for a phone, is an IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier. And then the IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identity. And that's how the network can tell that you are allowed to be on their network, right? And make calls.
Nerd, nerd, nerd.
The AT&T network. We also see the call type, CT, mobile terminating is what that MT stands for. So again, it reinforces the fact that we see Donna's phone number in the terminating column, and then it's reinforced by that MT. In the feature, this is unique to AT&T records. So this is some random, they look like maybe what might be random letters, but they all have meanings. And there's a record key. That
Meaning?
if you're
I'd love
super
to get the
familiar
meaning.
with what those letters means, you can go and look at that record key. But essentially what this is saying in human speak is that the number calling, there was number identity present, that's that NIOP. There's the CFNA, which is call forwarding. It wasn't available, that it couldn't reach the other party. And then you see that VM, which just means voicemail was involved in this transaction.
You see, wouldn't it be great to have a laptop with the Judge Everett seal on the back instead of that stupid flashing dragon? That's what should be on gaming laptops. A good old judge.
So the next line, so the features, what does that tell us about this call?
It tells me that there was an incoming call to Donna's phone, and it was sent to voicemail.
Okay. And what does the subsequent 2 lines indicate?
So the next 2 lines are related to this initial call event. So I can see that this next one has voicemail. I also can see that this is the forwarding number, which is forwarded to the voicemail box. And then if I go all the way back, the SO and the ST are service originating and service terminating. So these are not human generated, these are network generated logs. So that's what the SO and ST stand for. And then if I go back and I look at the times, the thing I notice is that for those following 2 service calls, the timestamps are the same. And all of this, so while the connection time is that what would be 2:52 p.m. That's when the call would have, come into her phone and gone to voicemail. Then those second two was.
Do you think anybody's managed to send a picture of the new Florida seal to Judge Everett himself? I mean, some of this stuff must get back to them, right? Wait until I put out my Georgia Queen of the South tribute. Someone's going to send that to her direct. And she'll know exactly how much she is loved.
With the identical timestamps are essentially just multiple legs of that activity. So as a human, I can see that these 3 lines are all related to one event, an incoming call that was routed to voicemail.
Okay, if you can go back to the presentation mode, please.
Of course.
And then let's look at the next slide.
And you can tell from her kind of affect and body language that she knows that she's completely inadequate and none of this is helping in anything. And probably the people that paid her $500 an hour to come up with this are thinking, fucking hell, that was a bad idea. You can just tell. She almost seems like she's feeling guilty.
What do we see on this slide?
So this is slide 26 that I referenced at the beginning of my testimony. So this was one of the things that they had asked me to specifically review.
And the number that's highlighted.
What is it? What is this slide? Well, this is slide 26, and it is one of the things that they asked me to review. That is the least descriptive thing to... Tell us what it is, for the love of God.
I believe that is Donna's phone number.
And according to the state's slide 26, how many times, what's the time period of these records, of this chart?
So each phone number has a slightly different time period, but for this particular phone number, the date range was May 2nd, 2014 through July 20th, 2014.
And according to the tool that was used by Sergeant Corbett, how many times did Charlie Adelson's device attempt to communicate with Donna Adelson's device?
So it's my understanding that this would contain both directions. Charlie calling Donna, Donna calling Charlie, and both connected and attempted, right? So if it's a voicemail or if it actually, there was an elapsed time of, let's just say a minute, right? So this would theoretically contain all of that activity. So based on this chart, it appears that this tool said that there were 417 unique communication events.
Did you take any steps to verify the accuracy of this number?
Yes. So because this slide particularly was focused or created using Charlie's phone records, I went through all of those files that we had described earlier and tried to see if I could find any one particular file for Charlie's phone records that contained this entire time span, May 2014 through, or May 2nd, 2014 through July 2014. Again, going back, there were a lot of different records for this case. I couldn't find one specific file that encompassed this entire time frame. I did find 3 different files for his cell phone number. So essentially, I had to take 3 different files to try to recreate this. And when I was doing that, I noticed that at least between 2 of the files, there were a few dates that overlapped, right? So when law enforcement gets a call detail record return, they'll ask for specific dates. So for example, you might ask for May 1 through June 20, and that would be one return. And then on another date, you do another warrant or a subpoena, and you ask for June 18th.
Should we just
through July
skip
18th,
this?
Right, a month's worth of data. So when I found these 3 files, I noticed that there were at least 2 files that had some dates overlapping.
Did you remove the overlap when you conducted this manual examination?
I did, and the other thing I noticed was that out of the 3 files, 2 of them were in local time, so Eastern time, and then one of them is in UTC. So again, I had to, try to see if I could make this a continuous May 2nd through July 20th, taking out any overlapping dates and making sure, again, that the dates were all correct by seeing everything in Eastern.
It's intense, isn't it? It's crazy. How can you say so much and not, say anything? I'm just going to go to the cross. Sarah Dugan's going to tear her ass up.
May 2nd through July 20th. So I
cell site location information for Donna Adelson's phone, specifically on July 18th of 2014.
I did.
Okay. And
We'll
did you
put UTC
identify
time code
the
in
cell
column
phone
1.
towers that likely provided coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014? The towers that he could have been connected to from his residence.
So I was not provided with
Master records.
law enforcement.
Towers and provided to-
You're
on
done.
July-
You're done, lady.
Cross-examination.
Cross-examination. God, that was. I really feel stressed out now
Any of
listening
the
to that.
mapping?
Does anyone else let's just take a moment. Deep breath, reset. My God, that was just overwhelming. That was just and not because it was technical or complicated, because it was totally devoid of any, meaning. It was just gibberish. We put the UTC, typically UTC time code will be in column 1, and what you can do is you can separate the comma-separated values into a grid system. And with the grid system, I was able to look at what I was asked to review. Expert witness. That's what you get when you get an expert from Spokane, Washington.
Of the cell site locations from Sergeant Corbett's presentation?
No.
No. We saw on the section of his report where it shows a travel analysis of Donna Adelson the night of Dan Markel's murder. Do you remember that?
The ones where there's projected travel paths.
Correct.
I do remember that.
Okay. And you don't disagree with the fact that her phone was communicating with the cell site in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and you don't disagree with that site or sector that he mapped there, right?
Correct.
And you don't disagree with, on the following slide, that the next time she has location in her cell records is at 10:57, and you don't disagree with that cell site or sector that he mapped, right?
So I think the 1053
I'm sorry, 10:53, thank you.
was actually Harvey's cell phone.
Okay.
But if they're presumably in the same vehicle, the tower and sector is correct.
Okay, so for the location south of Charlie's residence and the location north of Charlie's residence that we have location for, you do not disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And the iMessage where she says outside your house, would you expect to have location for iMessages?
If it's from an iCloud return, no, I would not expect there to be location information from iCloud.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. It's not that we do have location for outside your house and it's not consistent with Charlie's house. It's just that we don't have location at all for outside your house.
Correct, there is no location.
But Donna Adelson says her location in that message, right?
There's the text message from the iCloud, correct?
Where she says outside your house.
Correct, that's the contents.
Okay. When you looked at Donna Adelson's records, was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham on the evening or night of July 18th, 2014?
I'm not familiar with that name.
You're not familiar with the name Annie Cunningham?
No.
Okay. What if I gave you her number? Would you be able to look and see?
I don't have the call details memorized, so.
Do you have them with you?
The original documents, I do.
Laptop, okay.
Yeah.
Would you be able to look and see?
I'm going to check this is beyond the scope of direct.
Please approach.
It's beyond the scope of cross is the appropriate objection. Moron. You know, no one says that. This is beyond the scope of cross-examination. Pee Wee Newton lives up in Washington. I know, Amy. That was just, it was brutal. It was brutal. I don't even like looking at her when she's not talking. And then that flashing dragon thing. Where's the judge? What's with the golden glow from her laptop? She looks like Vince Vega opening the fucking briefcase in Pulp Fiction. Where's that? Well, it's true. I don't know if it's worth showing. Oh, God. No, it's too much. Why is it golden?
Let me know when you're ready and I'll give you the number.
It's a fairly large file, so it'll take us a minute to load.
If it needs time to load, I can ask some other questions and come back to this if you'd...
Your Honor, I would just ask that if we're going to provide the phone number that we not do it so that it can be published in the media. We can...
That's fine. Mr. Dugan, please handle your questioning on this matter discreetly so her phone number is not published to anyone watching.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just going to filter to that.
You can approach the witness to show her anything that she may need to read concerning this matter.
I'm just trying to get to the 18.
So am I showing you a contact with Annie Cunningham?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't need to say the number out loud, but is there a number next to it that begins with 845?
Correct.
Okay. 845 being the area code?
Yes.
Okay.
Fucking A, bro.
That's
I'm
the
gonna
number.
fucking fuck up whoever the
And
fuck
my
is
question
fucking with me.
was there a phone call?
Hey, thanks so much, Chauncey Myers, for the 3 coffees on buymeacoffee.com/true crime metrics. Thank you, Chauncey.
Between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham the evening PM on the 18th of July, evening or night.
And to reiterate,
golden
it started
glow.
with 845, correct?
Show you.
Please show it to her.
Oh, she can't remember a 3-digit number.
Okay, yeah. I see the number and I looked at the records for the evening of the 18th and I do not see a call to that number.
Okay. And that would be like in the afternoon, evening, or night that night of July 18th of 2014.
So starting from noon to noon on the 18th through midnight on the 18th, I don't see a call to that phone number.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we saw your presentation where one slide was kind of showing us what the raw records looked like, right?
Correct.
And the next slide was showing us an example of how a duplicate event looks. It can look like 3 entries, but it's actually one event, right?
Correct.
And then we saw the Sergeant Corbett's frequency reports for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is the purpose of a frequency report?
There's a lot of different purposes. So when I worked in law enforcement, I would do them for lots of different things. One of the things that you can do is just see who's the #1 caller for a particular person. Sometimes that's a significant other or family member. So that's one reason you can do a frequency analysis. Another is just to do more of a pattern of life and look at activity over matter of days, months, years.
Is another reason like to show a relationship between 2 parties, whether there is one at all, and if there is one, how often they talk?
Yeah, that's definitely a reason.
In comparison to the other people they talk to?
Correct.
Do the frequency reports in Sergeant Corbett's presentation that we saw in your presentation, do those accurately reflect the call detail records?
They represent the raw data accurately, correct?
Right. They represent the raw data of the records accurately.
Correct.
And do they accurately reflect that Charlie Adelson is Donna Adelson's most frequent contact?
For that particular time span of June 23 through July, I think it's 22?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay. It's just that in Corbett's frequency reports, those are the raw records without duplicates taken out, right?
Correct.
When you reviewed his, and well, let me show you this. I'm going to show you from 73A, slide 20. Are you familiar with this slide of the presentation?
I might have seen it at some point.
Okay. Would this be a representation in Sergeant Corbett's presentation of 3 entries that are actually one event, like a duplicate event?
Potentially. I mean, I would like to see the feature flags or the call flags, but yes, based on the timestamps.
Mute. I said thank you, Michelle, for the super chat. Angel Michelle, thank you.
The minutes, there's no seconds in this, but it does appear that this looks like a phone number is calling a phone number. It's being routed to what I know to be like an AT&T voicemail routing number, and then I see the first 2 numbers replicated. Again, I don't see the call type or the feature flags, but it does appear to be a 3-in-1 incident.
Okay. And when you reviewed Sergeant Corbett's testimony from this trial, did you review a portion where he explained that call we just saw, what a duplicate is, and that his frequency reports did contain duplicates?
Yes, there was some testimony that I reviewed that he did say that there was like voicemail routing events that could show us more than one line.
Okay. When we see throughout that presentation, when we see the call detail records for a particular day, let's just say the day of the murder, in this case, July 18th, 2014, those summaries, the duplicates have been taken out, right?
Are you talking about like the slides that have just like the different rows?
Yes, for significant events in the
Correct.
case. Okay.
Yes.
And if you if you were to go through that frequency report and you only took out the duplicates for Donna's records for Charlie and Donna communicating, right?
Correct.
If you were to go through that frequency report though and take out all the duplicates across the board, it would reduce the total amount of communications for each contact, right?
Correct.
Okay, but it wouldn't change the frequency ranking of each contact.
I'm not entirely sure about that because, as I mentioned, the first one, when I was trying to recreate Charlie's, there were 3 different documents, and at least 2 of the documents had like dates that overlap. So I'm not sure if you would, because you would have to also take out like the extra for those dates, so that might change the numbers slightly.
If it did, it would be slight though.
Yeah.
Okay. And your testimony was that for Donna Adelson's frequency analysis, just
She's almost like a slightly different version of Nicole Kessinger, isn't she? You know what I'm saying?
with Charlie Adelson, instead of 80 events, she actually had 69 when you take out the duplicates.
Connected and attempted.
Connected and attempted, okay. What do you think that shows that's helpful to the defense in this case?
I think it just goes to, when I look at records, I like to be precise with my numbers.
Okay. And when Sergeant Corbett testified, he did let the jury know that this contains duplicates though, right? For the frequency report?
I think he said that it does include voicemail forwarding events.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is he didn't say anything that was unreliable or inaccurate with that.
I think that being able to see.
I love what Sarah's doing here. She's basically asking her, listen, what are you here to do? Let's put the spreadsheet down, okay? Let's put Excel down. Close that fucking gamer's laptop. And tell us what you're here to do.
Exactly how many can be important.
Because it's 69 and not 80 when duplicates are taken out, does that mean that Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson don't have a relationship?
No.
And you still agreed that Charlie Adelson is still Donna Adelson's most frequent contact, right?
For that time period.
When we looked at Donna Adelson's frequency report in your presentation and in Corbett's presentation, this one, right? Number 2 on that list is not an actual person, right?
I'd have to pull it up I don't have it memorized.
Okay. You want to pull yours up?
Sure.
Okay. Is the second ranking on that list her voicemail, AT&T voicemail routing number?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then third place on that list of most frequent contacts is Harvey Adelson, her husband, with the 9032 number?
Correct.
Okay. So, Charlie Adelson would still be first, followed by the number of calls routed to voicemail.
I can't handle this anymore.
Correct.
Where did you fly her from?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay. And how long did that take?
And when are you flying back?
6-ish hours.
And was that paid for by you or paid for by the defense?
Paid for by the defense.
Yeah.
And how much are you
First
charging
class.
for your work in this case?
The roll-off charge is $300 an hour.
And does that include the work that you did that we saw here in court prior to coming to court today?
Correct.
Okay, and does that include your travel
Correct.
as far as?
So let's it includes her travel. $300 an hour, 6 hours on an airplane. Right? The ticket was paid for. So she gets for just taking that flight from Portland, Oregon to Tallahassee, 6 hours, the ticket is paid for, and she charges almost $2,000. And that's the flight's 6 hours. It's probably an hour for her to drive to the airport, and then what? 2 hours at the airport. I'm trying to be minimal here. And then at the other end, you've got to get out of the airport, off the plane, get your bag, at least an hour, and then travel to the hotel where she's staying that's also paid, let's say another hour. So total travel door to door, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11 times 300, that's $3,300 for travel day. Times 2, because she's flying back, right? So just for travel in this case, this lady has charged $6,600 to come and give this testimony, right? And that's just the travel. That's not her time on the stand. That's not the research and work she's done pre. What's the total bill? Just the travel, $6,600. Fucking crazy. I mean, that'd be a lot if the witness was like really good. You know, but all she's done is to come in and say, well, commonly we have UTC time code that goes in column 4. But what I did was I separated the common separated values and I put column 1 and merged that with a dual column in column 3 and 5. So we had essentially one big column. The most useless testimony ever. Just for travel, $6,600. Hey, who wants to go into the witness testimony, expert witness business? I think I'd be good. What could I be an expert in? Morons.
$300 an hour during the time that you're spent traveling.
Correct. It's the company's policy.
Okay. And
Yeah.
waiting to
Policy. It's the company's policy to make the most fucking money possible, okay? Out of desperate clients with bottomless pockets. Yeah, it's in our policy. So, you know, that was unavoidable because of the policy, you know.
testifying is that same amount?
Correct.
Do you know the total amount the defense has paid for your testimony here today?
I don't. The company does, but
do you know about the amount of hours that you spent on this case, including travel?
the amount of hours on the total case, no. On travel, they just do a flat rate of 10 hours if I work over 10 hours. So for yesterday, so the trip for the trial would have been about 30 hours, so about $10,000.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. I was being conservative. It's $10,000 for travel. Oh. Plus expenses, because it's travel and expenses, right? I bet she got a nice, couple of mimosas at the airport. With $45
did you
each.
prepare a written report that you provided to my office concerning the manual review of Charlie Adelson's phones? Or phone with the frequency analysis for his contact with Donna Adelson.
Using Donna's records?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And using those records, you indicated that it reflected about 393. Would it be helpful to see your report for what your numbers were for unique call events from May 2nd to July 20th?
For using Donna's records to deduplicate between that time period, I think it was 211 deduplicated.
So 211 rather than 417?
From the May 2nd through July 20th.
Now, you indicated on cross that you did not locate a call between Annie Cunningham and Donna Adelson on July 18th of 2014. 2014, correct?
I did not see one.
Okay. Now, the records that are collected by call detail records, those are for communication events that are through the carrier.
Correct.
And so any communication event that took place through a third-party app would not be collected there.
Correct.
So, for example, are you familiar with the apps WhatsApp and Viper?
Yes.
Okay. How did those show up on call detail records?
So any application, anything third party, really even FaceTime audio or FaceTime video is technically not, through the AT&T network. All of that activity would be a data transaction. So when you look at AT&T records for a data transaction, it's not going to show you individual items, for example, that you got an email and that was so many bytes sent on the network. It's just going to show you a time that the data session was open and how many bytes were received and how many bytes were sent from the handset to and from the network. So AT&T does show data transactions, but it's not going to show like a FaceTime audio or, an email.
So in other words, when you are using FaceTime audio or FaceTime or one of those apps, it's not going to, the number that you dial is not going to show up on the call detail records.
Correct.
It's going to show up on the data session that AT&T records report.
It would be lumped into the data session. You aren't going to see like what was being used for the data session.
And these data sessions, do they typically have like a certain time period that they last?
There, a lot of times on an AT&T record, you'll see a data session that can run up to about 60 minutes. You can have ones that run less than that, but AT&T data is kind of all over the board.
Now, with these data sessions, the way that our phones work, if you have your phone constantly having alerts pushed, emails pushed to your phone, those are going to show up how?
Again, if it's like, let's say you have your email and you have it set to like give me a notification every time I get an email, that means that your phone has to be communicating with Google servers, Gmail servers, right? So that it knows when you get an email. So that's going to be lumped into the sessions.
In the call detail records that you reviewed for Donna Adelson, specific as to July 18th of 2014, did those records reflect that Mrs. Adelson's phone was engaged in data sessions?
On the 18th, it was.
Was it consistent throughout the evening?
You know what I'm doing right now? I'm looking at pictures of stews to see what I want to make tonight. That's how bored I am.
And night of July 18th, 2014, that Mrs. Adelson's device was engaged in data sessions.
There were data sessions throughout the day, including the evening.
So the entire time that she was driving with her husband on July 18th of 2014, her phone was connected to some tower engaged in a data session.
So the records don't give you like minute by minute, second by second. So when I look at data transmissions, data records, I look at the time when that data transmission was initiated, because in order for a data transmission to be initiated, the phone would have to be on and connected to the network, right? Your phone, if it's in airplane mode or off, it's not going to be able to reach the network. So the time when that data begins, the phone would have had to be on. When I see these things like 60 minutes, do I know with 100% certainty based on these records that the phone was on for the entire 60 minutes? I can't say that, but I do know at least at the beginning that phone was on and connected to the network. And I did see data transmissions throughout the day and the evening where the connected time was, kind of throughout the day.
And so those data sessions, would those be consistent with Donna Adelson having a phone call with Annie Cunningham on either WhatsApp or Viper the night of July 18th of 2014?
It could be. I can't say if it was or wasn't.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further from Ms. Guay?
You may step down.
State to ask one more question.
What's that?
Could you permit the state to ask one more question?
This witness is only here for today under the defense subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor. She flies out this evening.
Do not permit recross. Please approach.
Yes, sir.
That's interesting, though. Sarah Dugan wanted to ask one more question. I wonder what it was. Did Harvey Adelson invite you back to his hotel room? Did he tell you that you look limber? Did he inquire about your workout routine? Did he ask you if you can put your toes in your mouth? Clearly she has no friends with her, or they'd have never let her leave the hotel with that mop on her head. Right. We sort of missed that, didn't we, Michelle? The witness was so boring, we didn't even get to talking about her horrible hair.
Based on the witness's limited availability, I will permit the recross on the one question.
Oh, interesting.
You may ask.
Yes, sir. Defense asked, well, could there be a call to Annie Cunningham on WhatsApp or some app that you're not able to show? Was Donna Adelson the afternoon, evening, night of July 18th, 2014, was she using her phone to make voice calls and answer voice calls to and from people that night? Like, and when I say voice call, I mean like if I picked up my phone and called your phone, an ordinary voice call, was she using her phone in that manner with other people that night?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The defense need to redirect.
A little levity, Judge Everett. Good job.
One question, and I'll keep it at one. Ms. Guay, can you pull up the phone records for Ms. Adelson on the night of July 18th of 2014?
Give me a second.
How is that keeping it at one question?
That wasn't the one question, was it?
No, that was preparatory.
All right.
Do you see, can you tell us how many calls from 8:30 p.m. until 1 a.m. you see in Mrs. Adelson's records?
3.
Nothing further.
That's why you may step down.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you help with that?
Take your
The
$10,000 and
defense can call before the lunch break.
Just a moment, Your Honor. We'll see if Ms. Cunningham is back. Without being able to predict how long the state's cross is going to be of our next two witnesses, I can't say with any degree of certainty how long it will take.
wow,
Take a
yeah.
lunch break then at this
Real
time.
good handle on it.
Is Ms. Cunningham available?
She's supposed to be returning from the airport, Judge.
Okay. Members of the jury, at this time we will take our lunch break for today. Please do not discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any additional information about this matter that has not been discussed in court as well. We will resume with our case at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch break. Please report at 12:45.
$12:45, so that's 59 minutes.
Everyone everyone can be seated. Please report back by 12:40. We will await the jurors, and we will resume with the testimony and the defense's case in chief.
Thank you, Ronald.
How's it going, Donna? Good first day? Wow, what a crazy... Have we only seen 3 witnesses? What a morning. I mean, I just expected something, you know? So she's returning from the airport to testify again that she talked to Donna the night on the phone. I don't know. Oh, I gotta eat something, man. I'm never gonna have time to cook this stew. What have we got here? We must have something in the house. I guess we could take a look at the Charlie Adelson drive video then, right? We've got time. Just have to go to Tonka's channel. Charlie Adelson transport. 42 minutes. Hello, my true crime lovelies. Well, I don't know if we're going to watch that though. I mean, it's got Tonka on it all the way through, which would be great, but it feels more like theft. It feels more like theft, which we don't want to do. Not to Tonka. No, 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 no. So what have we got? What have we got? What have we got? To think she could be at an outside patio lunch on South Beach cuisine. Just make a sandwich. There ain't no sandwich here, Daphne. I might have a can of tuna. Just put a little bit of soy sauce on that. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. You know what I bought the other day for the first time in like 20 years? Was sesame oil and fish sauce. And now everything tastes Chinese. It's great. Yeah, they were raw. They were in the wrong place. You are so more enjoyable. Yeah, that's the idea. Our price 415. You know, most other channels are just number hungry, right? And what happens when you're number hungry? You have to do dumbed down material. You have to sling it for the simps. Oh, so many simps. I mean, they're successful. They're not struggling day to day like us. Oh. We'll get there. We need one break. We need one investor. Or four. Maybe four investors. That would be best. Or we get lucky with a video. Well, as you all know, luck is nothing but the residue of design. Okay, so we need to put up that judge seal at least while we wait. I love how we've modified the seal. We are selling this on flags. Excuse me. We are selling the seal on flags in our merchandise store. Link in the description. Not just flags, but mugs, hoodies, t-shirts, and sweaters. Yeah. I want to send this to Judge Everett as a birthday card. I know we can't send him food, but surely a birthday card would be okay. Let's ask Harvey and Donna for money. By the way, guys, we have it from a source. We have it from a secret source that Donna is feeling like this is going well, or at least that's what she says, and is confident amazingly. And we also have it out of a source that well, I don't think I should say too much right now, not while the trial's still going on. Yeah, I probably will write to Donna and say, "Mockery of justice! I will not rest until you are set free. Would you like to invest in my channel?" It's going to cost you about $2,000 less than your expert witness's travel. I'm not kidding, Michelle. No, no, no. It's all true. And there's extra information as well, but I want to be careful about saying things at the right time. Send money. Couldn't agree more, Michelle. Why is Judge Everett not holding the coffee button? There we go. Way too many of these things. If you would like to buy Judge Everett a coffee, I'm sure everybody would. Just imagine that's what you're doing. But use my link. It's in the description for the video. It's buymeacoffee.com/Donna Judge Everett's coffee. How do you think he takes his coffee? With a little bit of sugar, I would imagine. Maybe with a little kick, huh? Dark rum. Dark rum coffee. Like a pirate. Pirate special. It's just very hard to believe that she thinks things are going well and is, I tell you, Michelle, it's fucking delusional. Straight black, Derek, you think so? Whatever it is, I just know that he grinds his own beans. Every morning. Hey Michelle, do you know the case? I forget her name, but it was a woman that was, she kept changing her identity, you know. She had about 18 different names, you know, that she'd really achieved real life things with, different employments and social security numbers and the whole shebang. And then she killed someone with some barber scissors. Oh, sorry, shears, barber shears. She killed someone with some barber shears. I mean, you could have been great in that as an expert. Flavored creamer and extra sugar. Yeah. With the spoon standing up, I think. You can say that Wendy's hair proves that she's guilty. Absolutely. The DeCoast grilling of Wendy is always great if there is time in the break. Yeah. Man has a point. How much? We've got 45 minutes. All right, well, I can leave that on and go and see if I can fix something to eat. Miss Adelson, this is all about you, isn't it? There's 100 people in this courtroom, possibly thousands watching, and it's all about your bad marriage.
In the door to your old house at Trescott.
All right, and does the immunity conferred upon you by the subpoena mean that you can never be prosecuted associated with this case?
That's right.
That's what you think it means?
All right, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Wendy Adelson.
All right, Wendy Adelson, please.
I think it was,
Donna and Harvey lived to find new employment.
no, I mean, if anything, I'd say I'd been closer to other girlfriends. I only met her twice.
All right. What about her ex, Sigfredo Garcia? Were you aware of him at all before this case?
No.
So you didn't even know she had?
On State's Exhibit 99.
Right?
Examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Adelson, this is all about you, isn't it?
Excuse me?
This is all about you, right?
I was called to be a witness and I'm testifying, so I don't understand the question. Is it a question?
There's about 100 people in this courtroom, right?
There are people,
Thousands watching, right?
I have no idea who's watching.
And it's all because of your failed marriage, right?
I disagree with that.
You disagree that your ex-husband is dead because of your family.
Yes, I disagree.
These jurors are here for weeks doing their civic duty because of your marriage, right?
No.
Katie's going through this ordeal because of that marriage, right?
No.
Dan Markel's parents are going through absolute misery because of your failed marriage. Isn't that right?
No, that's incorrect.
Well, let's talk about the marriage. You and Professor Markel, you met when you were in law school. You told that to Miss Kaplan. And it was a whirlwind romance, right? Right?
It was not a whirlwind romance, no.
It led to a wedding, February 26th of 2006. You had a big wedding in Boca Raton, right?
Did we get married on February 26, 2006? Is that the question? Yes.
In Boca Raton.
In Boca Raton, Florida.
And it wasn't a small wedding, it was a big wedding.
There were many people in attendance.
All right, in this marriage, it led to 2 children, right? Your 2 boys.
Are you asking me if I have 2 boys?
Yes.
Yes.
And Professor Markel, he was a great father, wasn't he?
He was a very good father, yes.
Those boys were his world, right?
As well as his work, yes.
And they adored him too, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Now, this marriage started to fall apart, right?
It did.
But there were problems from the very beginning, weren't there? Right?
Are you asking me, what is the very beginning? The very beginning of when we got married?
Literally at the wedding.
There were problems before we got married.
All right, so at the wedding, and the government asked you about kosher at law, right?
About what, I'm sorry?
Keeping kosher.
About keeping kosher, yes.
Right?
The government
And your
asked.
wedding, at your wedding, was the groom's family, the Markel family, and they are more strict than your family and friends about keeping kosher.
They do not keep kosher.
Wasn't that one of the problems in your marriage, that Professor Markel was very insistent about keeping kosher?
About his kosher rules, but those are different than his family's.
So you're saying that it wasn't a problem at the wedding, that there were people from the groom's side of the family that were there that strictly keep kosher, that they were told that it was going to be kosher food, but it actually wasn't?
So there was a misunderstanding about whether the food was going to be kosher style or more in adherence with kosher law. There was a miscommunication about that.
So you had people that strictly keep kosher eating non-kosher food, which is a big deal.
That actually is not what happened. You had, Danny was upset that it was kosher style and not strictly adhering to kosher law. So he was disappointed.
So there's problems right from the beginning.
That was a problem at our wedding, yeah.
Fast forward now to September 10th, 2012. Professor Markell, he's away on a business trip, right?
Yes,
He's in New York City at New York University, right?
I believe so, yes.
And he's doing a presentation.
I don't know what he was doing.
Your husband at the time was in New York to give a presentation. You knew that, right?
I knew he was in New York. I didn't know if he was attending a conference or giving a presentation, but he was in New York for work.
Now, you had not communicated with him for 2 days.
I really don't remember.
You text him at around 2:30 in the afternoon, right? Right before he's about to do the presentation.
I really don't remember.
But you do remember dropping the bomb on him, don't you? Telling him that you wanted a divorce.
So I did not drop a bomb on him. We'd been in therapy for several months beforehand where I told him several times I wanted a divorce.
You say it's not a bomb, but you agree with me that he begged you to reconsider.
He was very upset and yes, wanted me to reconsider, but
In that phone call, he's begging you to reconsider. Please don't leave. Please don't break up our family, right?
he was very upset, yes.
And he was heartbroken. I mean, upset indicates that there was anger. What he was heartbroken, right?
That I decided to divorce him after telling him I would, yes.
Despite being at NYU for a presentation, he rushes home. He gets on the next flight, right?
I honestly don't remember if he got on the next flight, but he did come home quickly.
2:30 he finds out in New York. By 11 p.m. he's walking in the door to your old house at Trescott Drive, right?
I don't know.
But you do know that when he walks in the house what he finds. You know that, right?
Yes, I left him the papers.
You left the divorce papers on the bed, right?
Yes.
Half the furniture was gone.
Half the furniture was not gone.
A good amount of his stuff was gone.
Nothing of his was gone.
The boys' stuff was gone, right?
Some of the boys' things were gone. I'd taken enough so that I had for the boys, but no.
You were gone,
I was gone, yes.
and so were his boys.
His boys were not gone. He saw them the next day, and they would not have been awake if he's coming home at 11 p.m.
Let's stay on topic here.
I'd
When
love
he
to stay on
walks in the
topic.
when he walks in the door, the boys are not in the house, right?
Correct.
And you did not tell Professor Markell where you were taking the boys. He may have seen them the next day, but you did not let him know where you were going to be staying with his boys.
With our boys? Yes.
So you agree with me that they're also his.
Of course they're his.
And he should be entitled to know where his wife is taking his children.
Absolutely.
That's not all you took, is it?
Excuse me?
You two had a joint checking account at Schwab, right?
We did.
And you went into that account before you dropped the bomb, and you took out half of that account, right?
Correct.
Roughly $350,000.
Half, yes. Of our joint account.
$350,000.
I don't remember the amount, but yes.
You know that it was in the hundreds of thousands.
I really don't remember the amount, sir.
Is it that insignificant of a sum to you that you
I'm
don't
not
remember?
saying it's an insignificant sum. I'm saying I can't attest to the amount that was there.
I'm going to tone it down now. You were unhappy in the marriage, right?
That's why I got divorced, yes.
And it happens. Marriages fall apart, right?
Yes.
But you complained constantly about it, didn't you?
No, I don't think I complained constantly.
To anyone that would listen.
No, that's not true.
You agree with me that you complained to the one person that would actually do something about it.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Your big brother, Charles Adelson, you complained to him about how bad Professor Markell was and how much you hated him and didn't want to be in a marriage with him.
I definitely talked to my brother about how unhappy I was in my marriage. If that's the question, then yes.
Let's
Is
talk
that the
about
question?
Yes, that is a question. You talked to your brother, Charles Adelson, about how bad your marriage was.
I did, yes.
Let's talk about it. Government asked you about Charles Adelson. He's an intelligent guy, right?
He is smart.
Yeah. He's both book smart and street smart, right?
I would say so.
You would say that he's a talker.
He does like to talk.
He's got the gift of gab, so to speak.
I wouldn't say he has the gift of gab, but he does talk.
He knows what to say in the moment.
I wouldn't say that's true either.
You would say, though, that he is. Now, you were asked questions about, drug purchasing and stuff like that. You'd agree with me that he's also street smart.
I mean, I think he has common sense.
And that he lives life to a certain extent on both sides of the track. During the day, he's doing periodontal work, whatever that is, crowns, root canals, whatever that is. He's doing that during the day. At night, he's out with friends, he's buying drugs. He's living life on both sides of the tracks.
I don't know about that he's out buying drugs.
Now, let's talk for a second about WhatsApp. And as an aside here for a second, the government asked you the question if you used WhatsApp, right? You remember that?
I remember them asking me.
Good news, everybody. I found some noodles. It's a ramen noodleson lunch.
Hey, bro, I'm not fucking with me.
Uh-oh. What happened? It's, someone showing a very kind support coffee. Let's check. Yeah. Prawn flavor. Hey, thanks so much, Daphne, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com/bowl of noodles. What do you think about this one, Soap? This is going to be fantastic. Maybe we should have put an egg inside. But that's too much work right now.
On the day that Professor Markel was killed, you went in for the interview, right?
I talked to the police.
And you also gave them your phone for them to inspect.
Absolutely.
All right. So the determination of what, if any, WhatsApp was being used, they would have from the download they did that day of your phone.
Sure.
Now, would you be surprised to learn that your brother used WhatsApp?
No.
You would agree with me that WhatsApp, and you explained it well, is end-to-end encryption. Correct. In your lay opinion, if you can explain to the jurors, just in case they don't know, what that means.
I know that it's something we use at my work because essentially it has the ability to keep things more private. I also know that nothing's actually private and that anyone who wants to can uncode the messages. So that's what we tell people at our work.
So the thought is with WhatsApp, if I use my phone and I call somebody, the call could be listened to. If I text somebody, it's recordable, right?
I think so.
But with WhatsApp, you can send messages or have phone calls where there's no record of it.
I don't think that's true. I think there is still a record of it.
But the belief and the thought, I'll withdraw that question. Your lay understanding, though, is that the footprint that it leaves is much less than that of normal communications.
I think it's different, but I think it still leaves a digital footprint that's easily uncodable.
If you were to send a WhatsApp message to Ms. Kappelman, it would show that a message was sent, but it would be hard to get what the
uncodable? What the fuck is uncodable? That's not a word. Decodable, maybe. Uncodable. It's not a fucking word.
The content of the message is.
I don't think that's true.
All right. Let's talk about your brother's jokes now. You don't deny that he joked about hiring a hitman.
He did.
You don't deny that he repeated this joke.
He did.
And he made this joke right before a hitman murdered Professor Markel.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. He made the joke right before, and I'll leave out the hitman part, Professor Markel was killed.
He made the joke the morning that I talked to him. Yeah.
Can you think of one person in this world that would actually hire two people to go kill Professor Markel other than your family?
Your Honor.
Ms. Adelson, please address me and answer the question.
It calls for an unbelievable amount of speculation. I mean, I'm responsible for coming up with, that's the prosecutor's duty, no? To figure out who's responsible.
You just said a moment ago that
they're working on it, Wendy.
Hitman killed Professor Markel. That's what you said, right? So my question to you is, if you're able to say, well, it wasn't Hitman, then who? Tell this jury. Who on this planet would have wanted to kill Professor Markel?
I have no idea.
All right. Let's get into that a little bit. But I want to make sure that's clear. This joke is made right before Professor Markel is murdered, right?
The joke was made many times.
It was made right before Professor Markel was murdered. Yes or no?
Yes.
July 18, 2014, you're interviewed, and you make a statement saying, I knew this would happen. You said that, right?
I did.
All right. Now I want to talk about your knowledge and your belief on this. You're a smart person, right?
How am I supposed to answer that?
Well, let's go through your resume. You went to Brandeis University, right?
I did.
You graduated magna cum laude.
I did.
If you could explain to the jury what that means.
It means I studied a lot and got good grades.
All right. It means, and to speak, I'm from the Northeast. My Boston accent may give it away. It means you're wicked smart, right?
That's very
You had a
nice.
high
Thank
GPA,
you.
a very high GPA.
I work hard.
You also went and you got a master's degree from the University of Cambridge.
I did.
You were a Gates Scholar.
I was.
You then go to the University of Miami School of Law, which is a top-tier law school, Tier 1, right?
Okay.
Right? We're talking about your level of intelligence. You went to the University of Miami Law School, right?
I did, yes.
You also clerked at the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, right?
I did.
Now, to get a clerkship out of law school, it's a very difficult thing to do, right?
It's challenging.
You have to have top grades. You have to go through a rigorous selection process, right?
Yes.
You then become a professor at the Florida State University College of Law, right?
Yes.
You're also a published author, right?
Now you're just embarrassing me.
Why are you embarrassed that you're a published author?
I don't like talking about myself.
Is it because the book that you wrote discredited Tallahassee and spoke ill of it?
The book did not discredit Tallahassee. It wasn't about Tallahassee.
Let's stay on topic and ask the question again with everything that we just went through. You're a smart woman, right?
I am a smart woman.
There's information about this case everywhere. You'd agree with me on that, right?
I'd been advised by my lawyer not to read it.
All right. Now, we're not talking about reading stuff. There's podcasts,
Also not to listen.
TV shows,
Also not to watch.
articles.
Don't read.
And so you've made the decision. Now, you're a lawyer yourself too, right?
I am.
And you made the decision, I'm not going to look at any of this stuff.
Correct.
I don't want to know what happened to the father of my 2 children.
Not I don't want to know what happened.
How can you say you love those boys if you don't care who killed the father that they loved?
Of course I care who killed the father that they loved.
Then why won't you look at the stuff?
I've been advised not to.
Are you afraid that when you look at it, you're going to realize that your brother did this?
I am not afraid of that.
Now, of course, you've, and we won't get into privileged communications, but you've spoken to your lawyer about the case.
How are we not getting into privileged communications? Yes, I've spoken to my lawyer about the case.
You're very intelligent. You have one of the top defense attorneys in the country, a former federal prosecutor, John Lohr, right there in the blue suit, right?
He is my attorney.
You're telling me with all of this at your disposal, your intelligence, his experience, and all this information, that you don't care to find out who it is that killed Professor Markell?
This is not that I don't care to find out. My job is to take care of those boys, and that is what I do. I don't see how it helps take care of them to go reading and watching and soaking up all of the horrible information that's out there.
You don't realize that you could be helpful in finally untangling this to give this jury the truth about what happened to Professor Markell?
I have been nothing but helpful since this started.
To what happened to their son? By you looking at it, you are at the center of all this, but you won't look at anything to help in the process.
I've done nothing but help in this process.
You came here and testified.
I came here and testified. I spoke to the police for 6 hours without anyone present. I signed over my cell phone, my car, my house, everything, my computer. What else do I have or know that you haven't seen?
You came here because you were subpoenaed and had no choice.
Correct.
Right?
This is not fun. I would not do this by choice.
You've been inconvenienced.
I've not been inconvenienced.
Professor Markell was shot in the head.
I'm not complaining about being here. This is my duty. I'm here.
We'll get back to you complaining about being here. Do you honestly expect this jury to believe that you haven't confronted your brother about all of this?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you did confront him?
Yes, I do expect them to believe that I did not confront my brother because I didn't.
Or maybe you don't need to because you know the truth in this case. You already know it. That he went behind your back, right?
Did not happen.
Just like he has done with past boyfriends. He's done that in the past where he's gone behind your back when you were having problems in a relationship and dealt with it himself.
No.
Miss Adelson, You understand that until you expose your brother what he did, that everybody's going to consider you as guilty. You understand that, right?
What is the question that you're asking me?
You understand that until you expose your brother and explain what he did, that he went behind everybody's back, that he hired a hitman to murder your ex-husband, you'll remain guilty in the eyes of the world.
I can't speak to the eyes of the world. I can only know that I have done nothing wrong.
Or maybe you are guilty.
I am not guilty.
So, a witness in this case, and I'm not going to get into their testimony, but one of the hitmen, the convicted hitman, implicates you. On July 17, 2014, the day before the murder, the morning before, he says that you were walking on Trescott with the two boys, that you walked down the driveway and into the house.
That never happened.
Right, because Professor Markel, he had the kids. Based on the way that your guy's schedule was, on that day he would have had the children in the morning, and you're going through such a bad divorce you wouldn't be at his house, right?
I wouldn't be at his house anyway, but not because we were going through a bad divorce. At that time, things were pretty copacetic.
All right, so we're coming back to maybe you do know, or maybe you were involved.
Excuse me? What's the question that you're asking me?
I'm giving you a header of what we're talking about so that it will ease you in the question, okay? I'm just telling you what the topic that we're on, so we'll get to a question. Now, the government asked you about a time that you met Miss Magbano. It was actually spring break of March 2014.
I believe so.
You went down to Miami. You stayed with your brother, Charles.
I went down to Fort Lauderdale after being in Immokalee and stayed with my brother.
You then went to Miami Beach to Yardbird and had dinner outside with your boyfriend at the time, or who you were dating, Jeffrey Lacasse. Catherine McBanwell was there, and your brother Charles Adelson, and you all ate outside, right?
We did.
And that's on Miami Beach, not in Fort Lauderdale.
Correct.
Now, just for context, Jeffrey Lacasse, he was also an FSU professor, not at the law school, but an FSU.
I don't think so now.
Now, you deny, I'm assuming, that on July 13, 2014, you told Jeffrey Lacasse that Charles looked into hiring a hitman. You deny that, or you admit that?
I deny that.
And that you told him that Charles looked into hiring a hitman back in September of 2013.
That never happened.
Which would have been months before your brother even met Catherine McBanwell.
I don't remember when they met.
Letting you know the topic we're on, we're talking about you being involved. That same week, earlier in the week, you sent an email. We're talking about the week of the murder now, not spring break, the week of the murder, not Yardbird, the week of the murder. You sent an email to Jeffrey Lacasse saying that you wanted to break up, that you needed space, right?
I did.
Sent him a long email, stay away, we're broken up, right?
I did.
You knew that on July 18, 2014, Jeffrey Lacasse was leaving town to go on a trip, right?
I knew he was leaving at some point that week. I don't remember when.
You knew that he was leaving on the same day of the murder at the same exact time as the murder.
I don't think I did.
11 a.m. on July 18, 2014.
I don't think I knew when he was leaving town.
It's a good way to put the blame onto somebody else. You'd agree on that, right? If it happened, it would have been a good way to seed to divert the attention of law enforcement away from you.
It was not.
Let's jump off topic right now and talk about your boys' names. That in the time after the murder, you changed their last names from Markel to Adelson, right?
A year later, yes.
Why?
I was scared.
Of what?
Of someone coming to attack them.
So it's a year later, you won't look at anything because you don't want to know what's going on in the case. And the thought is, well, they're going to be protected if they have my last name and not Markel, right?
Yes.
Now, years later, arrests are made. It's clear who committed the murder, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera. The Adelson name has been dragged through the mud. Why haven't you continued to protect your boys and changed the name back?
I will be changing I'm not going to change the name back. I don't think that will help. One day I'll change all of our names.
The government asked you about immunity, so let's get into that. You explained that as an attorney, you understand that when the government gives a subpoena for somebody to testify, that it conveys immunity, right?
That's my understanding. My knowledge of criminal law dates back to 2003 when I took a semester in law school, so forgive me.
Graduated law school, right?
This isn't my area of law.
When you clerked on the 11th Circuit, it was with Judge Jordan, right?
I did immigration appeals.
Yeah, but you still dealt with criminal stuff as well, too.
Very little.
So your understanding, though, is it doesn't mean they can't arrest you. They just can't use what you say here against you later on. So you're protected.
Correct.
And you needed that to testify, right?
It's just given to testify. It's not a question of whether I needed it. It comes with testifying.
You fear being charged by them, so you need to have that protection of
I
your words.
don't fear being charged for a crime I didn't commit, no.
Now, y'all had this nice exchange where it was pleasant, but there's actually tension between you and this office, right?
No.
They recently had your brother Charles Adelson arrested, and he's in custody, right?
Correct.
For first-degree murder.
Correct.
And there's no tension?
It's very uncomfortable to be here. It's hard to tell where the tension is coming from.
They've discussed your involvement in this case. They insinuated it on the direct examination. There's no tension?
Lots of media insinuates that I did something I didn't do too. I can't feel tension towards every person in the world.
That's funny. I thought you didn't look at anything.
I don't. That's why.
But you know that you know about the media, but you don't know about the media?
I know about the media because it keeps me from employment. It keeps me from lots of things in my life. I'm aware of what's there, but I don't read the minutia so I can sleep at night.
Ms. Adelson, 5 of that stuff. Now I asked you a question. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Sure.
5 minutes ago, you say you don't look at any of that stuff. Now I ask you a question, you say you look at stuff.
That's not actually what I said. I said I'm aware that it exists, but I don't read it. I don't listen to it.
Then how do you know that they're bashing you?
You just told me they are.
I did?
Yeah.
How about this? We'll come back to it. You can think up a better answer, okay?
I'm not thinking up an answer. I'm telling you the truth. I'm sorry if you don't want to listen to it.
Your basic understanding of criminal law, though, you know that if the defense gives you a subpoena, you get no immunity.
Correct.
Objection, improper question.
I'm not going beyond that question.
All right, that's the only question you can ask.
Father, Donna, and Harvey, right? The government could do the same and subpoena them so that this jury can watch them get questioned, not nicely how Ms. Kappelman questioned you, but to be cross-examined by me.
Objection, improper question.
I'm going to sustain that. Ask a different question.
Are your parents here in Tallahassee right now?
No.
Are they back in Miami?
Yes.
Do they have any plans of coming here this week or next?
I don't think so.
Now, your family dynamic. It is your mother and father, Harvey and Donna. There's you, you're the youngest, Charles, and then the oldest, Robert. Right?
Correct.
And he's a doctor up in New York.
Correct.
Now, the government asked you about the relationship, and you're like, we don't talk much. It's actually much deeper than that with Robert, isn't it?
We don't talk.
At all.
At all.
And the reason is because your parents were so difficult about the woman that is now his wife.
That is not the reason why we don't talk.
I'm not talking about the reason why you don't talk. Let me clarify it. The reason why your parents don't talk to him.
That's not the reason why they don't talk with him.
Are you saying to this jury that there wasn't a problem where they outright objected to his marriage of a woman that was not of the Jewish faith?
That was initially what happened, and then there was actually a beautiful reconciliation, and they're very happy about the marriage.
Robert and his wife, not your family.
Robert and his wife and our family were very happy about Robert's marriage.
So what happens is that Robert is in love with a woman. Your parents object. He breaks up with her and then dates a Jewish woman, right?
And then they got married and divorced, and then he got back together with the person he wanted to be married to. Yes.
With his true love.
Yes.
But there was a lot of tension in your family because of your family's involvement in the kids' marriages, right?
Yes.
Let's talk briefly about your children. The government had asked you in the topic of the Jewish faith, keeping kosher. You mentioned a bat mitzvah at one point in time. You're currently planning a bat mitzvah for your oldest, right?
Nope, it already happened.
Okay, now that is a very, Christopher, I'm obviously not Jewish, but my understanding is that it is a very, very important thing in the Jewish faith.
It's a very important milestone.
And for those that are very conservative in the Jewish faith, those that keep kosher, so to speak, it's even bigger.
I don't know that it's more important to one segment of Judaism over another, but it's an important coming of age ceremony.
It's where a boy becomes a man. Did you invite Dan Markel's parents, the kid's grandparents?
I did.
You invited them?
I invited them, yes.
When was the last time they saw face-to-face their grandchildren?
April 20th,
Of this year?
just now.
And you agree with me that it had been years since 2016 since the last time they had seen them?
The visit stopped when they threatened to put my children in foster care, yes, but up until that point, they did have visits.
But you got no problem letting them see your brother Charles, right?
I'm sorry?
You have no problem letting them hang out with your brother Charles, who's now sitting in custody for first-degree murder.
Well, they can't see him now, can they?
No, they can't, but I'll ask the questions. For years, they weren't able to see their grandchildren despite their pleading to you to see them. But you let me finish, but you let them hang out with your murdering brother, right?
The children were permitted to see their grandparents. I cooked for them. We had play dates. They had sleepovers. When a letter surfaced that they were trying to have my children placed in foster care, the visits stopped. My brother never threatened to put my children in foster care, and if he had, the visits would have stopped with him too.
You say you love your boys.
I do say I love my children.
Don't care about the father that they loved. What
I
happened?
never said that I don't care about the father that they
Then
loved.
look at some of the discovery and help figure it out.
Excuse me?
Then look at some of the evidence and help figure it out so that more lives aren't ruined by this.
I seem to not
Mr. DeCosta,
understand.
you need to ask a question now. You're making statements now. You need to ask a question.
Understood, Your Honor. If I could have one brief second to check with co-counsel. Ms. Adelson, we started this by saying that this is all about you. It started with you because of this marriage, right?
No. Well, you had tried to say that, but I don't agree.
Ms. Adelson, I'm going to make one final attempt through questions to implore you. You understand that you can't protect your brother Charles, who's going through this case, and protect yourself at the same time. You understand that, right?
I'm here to share the truth with you. I don't know how to answer the question.
Then please end the madness and share the truth. Will you please share the truth with this jury?
I've been sharing the truth since I walked in here. I've done nothing but share the truth.
You know what happened here, despite your claims to the jury that you haven't looked at anything, you haven't discussed with anybody, and you haven't confronted your brother. You know what happened here, right?
I do not know what happened here, and if I did, I would have shared it with the police 8 years ago.
You know that your brother went behind your back, don't you?
I do not.
Like he always does. This is something that he has always done, isn't it?
It is not.
You found out after that your brother had done this and gone behind your back. That's why you were thrown up at that dinner, right?
No, it's not.
You know that it didn't involve Katie either, right?
I don't know anything about...
If you're not going to say all of that and finally give the truth, why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty?
Because I'm not guilty.
One brief moment, Your Honor. I got nothing further to add.
Redirect.
So, listen, you were asked about the reason why you stopped contact for a period of time between your ex-husband's parents and your children.
Yes.
And you referenced a letter that you characterized as the grandparents threatening to put the children into foster care. Is that an email that was sent from the Markells to my office?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to, in the event that you and the people that care for these children, who at the time were very young, were arrested, that the grandparents wanted to make sure, because they live in Canada, right?
They do.
They wanted to make sure that a specific organization could be contacted to care for the children so that someone was there to care for them until a relative could get there.
I don't
Right?
remember the bit about a relative getting there.
Okay, well, they weren't just going to leave them in foster care, right?
I don't know.
Okay. But the specific nature of the email, you will agree, was in the event that there's some kind of mass arrest, because they don't know who's getting ready to go to jail next, right? I mean, they're not privy to the investigation any more than you are, right? Law enforcement investigations, they're secret.
Sure.
Okay. And their concern, would you agree the concern ultimately in the email was for the care of the children?
The concern was to make sure the children were under good care, but as their mother, I know they're always under good care with me.
Right, but
And there's no
the
need for foster
email
care.
contemplated you not being available to care for them.
That's not possible.
Because it's not possible for you to get arrested.
Correct, because I've done nothing wrong and I believe in our justice system.
Okay. Well, just wanted to clarify the nature of that. In this case, you were asked about, why aren't your parents coming to testify? You, as you mentioned, gave a police interview in this case, right?
Correct.
And consented to the search of your phone, etc. You gave testimony in this case, right?
Yes.
All right. And your parents did not, correct?
They did not give testimony.
They have not testified. They
They've
have
not been
given a
asked to
police...
come testify, but they would if they were asked.
Okay. And have they given any police interviews?
They would have, but the police never contacted them.
The police did contact them, didn't they? And they refused.
No.
Are they represented by counsel?
They are represented by counsel.
And they'll come testify if we want them to.
If they are under state subpoena, just like I was, they would come testify.
All right. And do you know what they would testify to?
They would testify to whatever they know.
And do you know what they know?
I have no idea what they know.
Okay. They've never told you?
No.
You've never asked them?
No.
Because you never had any conversations with them about this murder?
I've been advised by my counsel not to.
All right. So nobody, including your brother Charlie, has admitted or denied to you any involvement in the murder one way or the other?
Correct.
Same with your parents?
Correct.
All right. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank
You
you.
want her subject to recall?
No, sir. She's free to go about her business.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you. All right, let's put Ms. Rodriguez back on the stand and complete her cross-examination at this point. Mr. DeCosta, you prepared for that?
Actually, Your Honor, we're going to waive cross on Ms. Rodriguez.
Deep
Counsel
dish.
and I had some conversations. We figured out another way.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. So we've completed the testimony then of Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Has Ms. Rodriguez been informed of that?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay, state may call its next witness.
The state calls Officer Bill Brannon.
Bill Brannon, please.
All right. Look at that timing. 12:40. Judge Everett said come back at 12:40. To the lawyers, at least. Amazing. We're good at that. We do that all the time. Oh, check it. Merchandise me up. Oh. Miss Adelson. Why didn't you look at some of the discovery and help figure this out? You don't care what happened to Professor Markel? How can you tell this jury that you loved those children if you don't care to find out who killed the father that they loved? It's like music, his cross on that occasion. It's absolutely fantastic. Where is the judge? And where's our chat messages? Gotta show those chat messages. Saying kosher style is like saying alternative facts. I believe I will also be having ramen noodles this afternoon, but with the egg. Yeah, it's better with an egg, isn't it? Maybe a couple of broccoli florets. Mm-mm. Donna having bag lunch in the courtroom basement. I believe he means undecodable. No, she was just saying decodable. But uncodable is incredible. You're a smart woman, right? You went to the university, Brandeis University. Now to get a clerkship, you're also a published author. Damn. Can't wait for her trial. She was stronger back then. She's losing power as the cases go on. I don't know. I mean, every dress rehearsal she has, John LaRoe will be having a team of people analyze it, finding what works, what doesn't work, what to stay away from, how to modify stuff. I mean, Daphne, it was the Catherine McBenower retrial from 2022. I thought everyone left. Oh, did everyone leave? Oh, then we lost the numbers. We lost the numbers. Oh, sorry about that, Derek. I think I took my cell phone in the other room for a moment. Everybody's back. 45. God, they're always fucking late. The timekeeping in this trial has been abysmal. Absolutely abysmal. We are here. Patricia Burns! How you doing, Patricia Burns? I thought you'd done a runner. Jump ship. Good to see you. Yeah, they should be back any moment now. So Harvey would have taken a walk up to the Metro Deli, filled his pockets with pickles. That guy has pickle thief written all over him, doesn't he? Stealing pickles from other diners' trays. Look over there. Yoink. Pickle thief Harvey. I'm laying down in my car on my lunch break. That witness gave me a headache. I know, my head's still spinning. And nothing says dedicated to your work like lying down in your car at lunch. Funny. They're late again. Donna will be able to appeal on the grounds of ineffective defense witnesses. What a bunch of nothing. Five minutes late. Very frustrating. Too much, man, too much. Come on. You know, you just don't know. If the guy would zoom out. I can't believe they're making that. Oh.
Mr. Zellman, were you able to obtain Miss Cunningham, or was she able to return?
She has returned.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach on the scheduling matters?
Yes.
Fucking Jackie the pimp. Daphne says, I can't believe they're making that poor woman come back from the airport because the $10,000 girl said she didn't call Donna or didn't. What angle is that from? That's the judge's chair. Oh, I see. That's a new angle. We don't normally get that angle. God, let's go already, man. For God's sake. I mean, is that the reason she's coming back even though she wasn't subject to recall? Pfft, fuck knows. That's the back door. Soap's staring at me. She really wants to go out. Amy. She just keeps looking at me and looking at me and looking. We're waiting for the judge.
You can bring in the jurors at this point.
Not until later this
Yeah, Judge Everett is not pleased. If they were a little bit more together, I think he'd be okay.
For everyone observing in the gallery, please turn your phones off once again.
Judges hate having their time wasted. I'm just bringing in the jury after lunch, Mary Claire.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful break period. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's case in chief. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Recall Andy Cunningham.
Again, God, I hope this is short. Am I grouchy?
Ms. Cunningham, you remain under oath from being previously sworn. I'm just going to remind you, you are to retell the truth in this matter. You may be seated. And at this
Not
point,
like last time.
You'll be examined. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you. If you could pull that microphone down, Ms. Cunningham.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. I have a question about your use of cell phone service, and we touched briefly on things like WhatsApp, and what was the other one you said you use?
Viber.
Okay, Viber. When you communicated with Mrs. Adelson, did you routinely use one of those apps?
Quite often, yes.
Which app did you use mostly?
Zellman called it Viper with a P. I've never heard of it. Is it Viper or Viber?
WhatsApp or Viber.
Okay, all right. And as opposed to picking up and using the cell phone service, you would use those instead?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything
I would guess that it's Viber.
further.
Cross-examination.
So you had gone to the airport after your last testimony, right?
That is correct.
And returned to the courthouse?
Yes.
To tell us what, that you used Viber or WhatsApp to make
Yes.
up?
Very low audio. Has anybody else got very low audio? It looks okay.
Phone call?
Yes.
So it wasn't a regular phone call?
Correct.
Okay, so you misspoke earlier, or it just wasn't clear?
No, I said she called me.
Okay, and she called you and made a regular phone call on June 23rd, the month before the murder, right?
I don't recall many. She made many phone calls.
And she called you on a regular line on...
Viber sounds a little dirty to me, yeah. Is that some sort of couple swap app? You know, so you can send videos to someone else's wife, or I don't know. Find out what people are into. It's probably what it is, isn't it?
July 20th, just 2 days after the murder. Do you recall that?
If you say so.
Okay, and July 21st.
What's the objection?
Yeah, the witness is not being shown the evidence that she's being confronted with.
I believe she is not asked, or she is not asked to recall, or let me clear this up. Ms. Cunningham, do you need to see the items that the state is referring to refresh your recollection?
Do I?
Would
Yes,
you like to see them?
if I spoke with her, I spoke with her.
Okay, so you have no reason to contest that you spoke with her via regular phone call, June 23rd, July 20th, and July 21st.
If it's in the record, yes.
But you're saying it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th.
Yes, they were in the car, and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
Must have been Viber, huh? Nothing further.
Redirect examination of the witness. You may step down, Ms. Cunningham. All right. We are certain she's good to leave at this point.
Sure hope so, Judge.
Have a safe travel.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Defense will call Richard Chagrin.
Richard Chagrin. Where is Mr. Chagrin? Why are they so unorganized? Uh-oh. He's got a prop. He must be a criminal. What's with the tie? Would you...
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
What's that tribe called in Tanzania? Where they, is it the Wingapo tribe? What are they called? You know, the tribe guys that they don't hunt food, they go and freak out lions and then steal their food. His tie, it looks like it's, his tie would be, the tribe in Tanzania, whatever they're called, I forget, would love that tie.
As long as you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Richard Chagrin.
Mr. Chagrin, how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I met them 38 years ago. They're best friends. The wife was the president and CEO of a nonprofit. I was chairman of the board.
And you grew close with Donna and her husband, Harvey Adelson?
When I first met my wife 36 years ago, we formed a gourmet club, and they were part of the gourmet club. And we met probably...
We formed a gourmet club.
every 2 to 3 months. And then as the years progressed, we became friendlier and went on a number of vacations with them.
Okay, you say gourmet club. Is it?
Gourmet dinners at people's houses.
Now, are you married, sir?
I am.
Okay, and what does your wife do for a living?
She's an attorney.
What kind of attorney?
Specialty is real estate, estate,
okay.
and bankruptcy.
Estate plan.
So this is the the gentleman that was at Donna's house when she got the hot mic call. He and his wife were talking to Donna.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you speak with Donna or Harvey on the day that Charlie was convicted?
No.
How about the next day?
Yes.
Without telling us what they said, did you and your wife go to their residence in Miami?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe Donna for us?
She was distraught.
And what about Harvey?
Harley was like in shock.
Now, prior to this, you indicated that you had traveled with my client and her husband. Did you travel extensively on your own?
Well, we went on cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us, did I guess 2 weeks in Israel.
Okay. Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
Okay. And were you asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2020?
And when I went to the 75 countries around the world, I made sure to know exactly how many. You know, he's taken the time to count that up so that he can say that. You know, he's probably said, I've been to 75 countries around the world. Well, it would be around the world. Where else would it be?
3.
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa. And then when we...
Swingers Gourmet Club. Yeah. I've heard it all before.
Donna applying for the visa. Donna took Susan to show her the dress that she bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah, and then she asked Harvey to sit down with me and make plane reservations.
Okay. When you sat down to assist with the reservations, what did you discover?
The ironic thing was that the round trip was a fraction more than one way, and I suggested, since you don't know when you're coming back until sometime in January, book a one-way. And I remember commenting to Harvey, I said, I'd be willing to bet it's cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam.
Well, you just said that the return ticket was a fraction more than one way. So, even if you don't know, it's worth getting the return. Right? If it's only an extra $40 or $100 or whatever, I mean, however cheap the ticket is going to be from Vietnam to the US, it's not going to be cheaper than just getting a return ticket.
Now, let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about...
But he suggested get a one-way ticket. You see where this is going, right? It was all his idea. My friend told me get a one-way, so I got a one-way. Not evidence of consciousness of guilt at all. My elderly Jewish friend with a tribal tie, he's been to 75 countries around the world, and he told us, get a one-way ticket. So we listened to him because of all his travel experience.
The visa, were there options that were given when selecting which visa to apply for?
To my recollection, there was only 2 options, a 30-day or a 90-day.
Do you know why the 90-day was selected?
I'd bet $1,000 right now that of all the channels that are covering this trial live and talking about it with a live chat and everything, nobody out there except True Crime Metrix has them worked out as gourmet swingers, right? That only happens here, okay?
Well, I said they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
And Do you remember if the visa that was applied for only allowed them to come into the country once, or did it allow them to come into the country multiple times?
I'm not aware.
Now, you indicate...
Oh, Derek missed the Swinger Club reference. Well, it was earlier on when the first time the mall walker lady, the witness that was just here, the first time she testified, and she was going on. First of all, we were saying, like, why is she so elated and happy on the stand? She's like buzzing. And then she was talking about how they met Harvey and Donna, and she just kept going on about this bond and the chemistry, and you know, it just seemed all very, very close. So we said they were swingers.
Indicated that they were coming back for their grandson's bar mitzvah?
Yes.
Okay. Why, if you know, why were they wanting to get out of town?
Well, unfortunately, they were barraged by the media. Unfortunately, they live in a condo, so they didn't let them in. And they were afraid to leave the building.
To your knowledge, had the Adelsons been to Vietnam in the past?
Yes.
And they found it to be relaxing?
To my knowledge, I was there. I thought it was a great country, great people, great food.
Now,
and no extradition. Great country, great people, great food, no extradition. But that was definitely the last thing of our considerations. Right at the end of the list. We were talking about the great country, such a relaxing country, such great people, such great food, and then there's this other little thing of non-extradition, which we can take or leave. We can totally take or leave that. The food, the people.
Are the one that suggested the one-way ticket, who booked the flight?
Harvey.
To your knowledge, were they free to travel?
They told us when we got there that their attorney said they had no restrictions in traveling.
Can you describe the type of mother and grandmother that you observed Donna to be?
Well, Donna was the ultimate Jewish mother, not unlike my wife, that was very involved in their children and grandchildren's lives. I think Donna maybe was a little more involved in her grandchildren because of the situation of grandsons losing their father, Wendy working, and also they lived close by, Donna and Harvey, in South Beach.
So, am I hearing it correctly? You would describe Donna as...
So would you describe Wendy Adelson as the quintessential Jewish mother? I'm guessing no.
A typical Jewish grandmother?
More than typical.
And a typical Jewish mother?
Yes.
At the time that you were assisting them on November 7th of 2023 with the travel, had they...
I know, right? They could have bought a TV, a hitman, and a return ticket to Vietnam. For less money than that one way.
Decided when they were coming back from Vietnam?
They were undecided, other than the fact that they were going to, whether it was prior to the bar mitzvah or just before the bar mitzvah, they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
But they were coming back for the bar mitzvah?
Oh, definitely. They wouldn't miss it for the world.
Just some...
Are you kidding? This was a very Jewish mother. You think she's gonna miss the bar mitzvah? You think she would have moved heaven and earth to get back to that traditional coming-of-age ceremony? No way that she was gonna flee the country and miss her grandson's coming-of-age ceremony. Even if it meant going to prison forever, there is no way that she would miss that ceremony and the opportunity to see her own daughter dressed like a fucking bordello madam in a synagogue.
Moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Come on, Georgia.
Sir, at the time that the travel was
Yes.
booked, the bar mitzvah was less than 90 days away, right?
It was in January.
Do you recall giving a deposition? It was by Zoom, but I was present, August 29th, 2024.
Vaguely.
And in that deposition, weren't you asked, so did you make any of the decisions when to travel or how to travel, or were you just the conduit to the technology? And your answer was the conduit for the technology.
Yes.
But today you're saying you're the one that suggested that they fly one way.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Isn't that right?
Well, to me, that's part of being the conduit, just suggesting.
You were there because you were more computer savvy than Harvey or Donna, right?
I was there that day.
Yes, sir. To help with the computer is what you said in the deposition.
Well, once we got there, I was there because my wife had done estate planning for them.
Okay, but what you did in reference to the travel planning was help with the computer.
Yes,
Because you were more computer savvy than these two.
correct.
Okay. But today you're saying you suggested the one-way flight, right?
I just offered my suggestion.
Okay. And you said that Donna Adelson is a typical Jewish grandmother. Does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms?
Ho-ho.
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
Yeah. God, that was brutal. I don't think he'd heard that before, had he? He was surprised. And you describe the defendant as a typical Jewish grandmother. Does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms?
Thank you, Your Honor.
George is really good at being respectful to a senior at the same time as calling him a liar on the stand, right? She does it in this way of, I know you're old and you're so great because you're so old, but you're a liar. You know,
Would you say that you are more travel savvy than Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I would say yes.
Okay. And when you were deposed on August 29th of 2024, did Ms. Kappelman ask you if you made any suggestions about a one-way ticket or a round-trip ticket?
I don't remember.
Okay. Would it be helpful if I showed you a copy of your deposition transcript?
Surely.
I'm going to show page 11, lines 12 through 17.
You want me to read which one?
If you could just read page 11, which is where you're on, lines 12 through 17.
12, question, okay.
To yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask if you made any decisions?
No.
Well, she asked if you made decisions, but you did not make decisions, did you?
No.
You made suggestions.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be retained or is he released?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Send him to the airport and then call him back.
call your next witness.
Defense would.
The old dude is the husband of the estate planning lawyer friend of Donna Adelson's, and both of them were present at the time that Donna Adelson hung up the phone with Charlie and started talking about the jailhouse call with Charlie, and thought that the call had ended, but was hot mic'd talking about fleeing to Vietnam.
Call Tirana Khan.
Tirana Khan. He's sitting next to Harvey. Yes. Please do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Burr, burr. Make it big. Make it big. Make it rock. Burr, 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 burr.
Please raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Tirana Khan. Last name is Khan.
And Ms. Khan, how are you employed currently?
What's your brother called? Saurus Rex?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is that job what do those job responsibilities entail?
What I do is I go down 3 different, the male side and the maternal and paternal side of the families, and I investigate all of the issues. I don't do fact investigation, and I also do the mental evaluations not the evaluations, but I go back, doing all the records and get all the things together, present it to the courts so we can try to get a lesser sentence for our clients.
Okay. And that.
I must say, I love how upfront you are, Michelle. Send money! I agree.
It's with a habeas unit?
Not right now. I'm just with the Middle District of Georgia. But I was doing that with the habeas here in Tallahassee.
Okay. And how long have you been in your current role in the Middle District of Georgia?
1 year in Georgia.
Okay. Prior to that, did you work for the Federal Defender's Office here in the Northern District of Florida?
I did, the Capital Habeas Unit.
And can you tell us what you did there, please?
Yes, I did investigation, went to talk to clients, all their families. It was more of a fact investigation at that point.
Okay. And so that entailed you going out at the direction of the attorneys that you worked with, interviewing individuals?
Correct.
Gathering records?
Yes.
And that included individuals that were in custody, correct?
Correct.
And preparing reports?
Correct.
And presenting that to whom?
The attorneys.
Okay. Did it also bring you to have occasion to testify in court ever?
No.
No. Now,
another witness that I have no idea what she's doing here. It's so difficult to follow when it's just like, what is this? What is this? What do you mean you're for, what is it? Middle District, Georgia, what? What is going on? Who are you?
How long were you...
Is she in the wrong trial? I mean, what has this got to do with Georgia? Like the state Georgia?
Employed with the Northern District of Florida Federal Defender's Office.
From 2016 until July 2022.
And can you...
I reckon Chief Mac would get on great with this lady, huh? You know, they could talk about their favorite hot sauce, discuss the merits of corn on the cob versus, you know, something else.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background.
Yes, I have an associate's in paralegal, a bachelor's in legal studies, and I've studied sociology, and I've earned a certificate in that.
Okay. And when did you complete your bachelor's?
In 2000, around 2014, maybe.
Okay. Now, in between working for the...
It just feels like it's the wrong trial. I haven't heard a single thing in her testimony so far that tells me why she's associated, what she's here to do. Don't you think that a good way to, you know, present a witness to the jury is to kind of give an outline of what, who they are, what they're here to do, and then go into the, you know, the details to show that thing? Otherwise, maybe they're just trying to bore the jury so that they just completely forget the state's case.
Federal Defender's Office in the Northern District of Florida and the Federal Defender's...
Amy, none of us have stepped away, and we don't know any more than you. We don't know what's going on. This is another witness where it's just like, what? Who? Why? What? What are you doing here? She's nowhere near as annoying as that one from Spokane, but yeah.
Office in the Middle District of Georgia. Did you work as a licensed private investigator in Florida?
After I left the Federal Defender's Office in Tallahassee, yes.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
Since 2022, and I guess stopped. I just took the job for the Federal Middle District of Georgia and left.
Okay. And as a licensed private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Bird?
Yes.
And where was she located?
In the Leon County Jail.
Okay. How many times did you meet with Miss Bird?
Once.
And that was at the Leon County Jail?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
I want to say January. Can I look?
If it'll help refresh your memory,
okay.
Sure.
So she interviewed the jailhouse snitch, I guess. I want to know what Chief Mac would think of this witness. Something tells me he'd be bringing out the special brisket, right? From his private stash. The one no one touches, with that marinade that's been 200 years in the family. You know, specially bottled up way down in his in the depths of his I don't know, you know, wherever he keeps his secret stash. She's getting the good stuff. She's getting the good brisket.
Oh. Ms. Bird was on January 24th.
2025?
Correct. Sorry.
And when you interviewed Miss Bird, did you tell Miss Bird that Mrs. Adelson was going to pay her for her testimony?
No.
Okay. Specifically, did you tell Miss Bird that Donna Adelson was going to buy her a piece of land?
No.
What about a trailer?
No.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No.
What about a small vehicle for her and her children?
No.
Okay. Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson had offered those items to her?
No.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to any portion of the crimes with which Mrs. Adelson is charged in this case?
Did she tell you that? I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did
for
Miss
me?
Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to her?
No.
Pause. Pause. Hey! Thank you so much to Melissa for the 3 cups on buymeacoffee.com. Proud to be part of the True Crime Metrix Gourmet Swingers Club. You tell them, Melissa. I got a screenshot that one. That's a great comment. Is that what this has become? The True Crime Metrix Gourmet Swingers Club. We're glad you like it. Thank you for the cups. That's awesome. Hello, Shani. Yeah, I survived the dentist. But they gave me all sorts of bad news. And it was horrible. But, you know, we're getting there. And yeah, I just made the rent. How about that? By the skin of my freshly scraped teeth. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Kahn, prior to interviewing Ms. Bird on January 24th, 2025, did you meet with or speak with Donna Adelson?
No.
Have you ever met with or spoken with Donna Adelson?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good catch, Michelle. I was going to mention that myself, but I got caught up on stuff. It was the grand piano was to the other witness, correct? Michelle's just standing by with the facts. I love it.
Why did you interview Miss Bird?
I was given a list of names to interview.
By defense counsel?
Correct.
Okay. And she was not a state witness at that time, right?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Would it refresh your memory to see a copy of the state's amended discovery when we did list her as a witness?
I didn't see that. I wouldn't have seen that.
Okay, so that wouldn't help you to know when she was amended as a witness in the case?
I wouldn't have known it. No.
Okay. So you were not asked to go there because she was a state's witness. I'll just put it that way.
No.
All right. And did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
No.
The SAO investigators were able to record their interview with her. Why didn't you when you interviewed her?
I wasn't asked to do that.
Asked by who?
The attorneys.
So they didn't ask you to do it?
They didn't ask me to record it, no.
Okay. Could you have taken a recorder and recorded it, though?
Had I requested it for the jail to permit me to take a recorder in there.
The jail does allow that.
I don't know, I didn't ask.
Okay. If you get permission in your experience, is it typical for jails to allow you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Not one single time is he ever ready. Have we heard anything from Jackie today?
Since you didn't ask for permission to take a recording device into the jail when you met with Miss Bird, how did you take accurate notes?
As I was speaking with them, I wrote everything down that they were saying to me.
Okay.
So I did pen and paper.
Pen to paper. And had the state requested those through the discovery process, you would have been able to produce those.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Well, can't you produce them as it's your
Will
fucking
this
witness?
need to be recalled or retained for any reason?
We retain her, but she's free to go on about her business.
Next step down, Ms. Khan. If you are recalled by the attorneys, they will let you know. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person. Please call your next witness.
Eddie Barnes.
Oh, I think Zellman wants to give her a little bit of brisket as well. Burnt ends. You want to try my bird ends, baby? I got a hot sauce that'd burn a hole through a dragon's tongue. Think you can handle that? Who's this now?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
We'll do it. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name
Has anybody ever seen a tie knot that small?
is Eddie Varnes. Excuse me. E-D-D-I-E. Last name V as in Victor. A-R-N-E-S.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator.
How long have you been a private investigator?
I've been a private investigator on my own for 10 years. Prior to that, total 27 years.
27 years as a private investigator?
Yes, 27 years as an investigator. The last, yes.
Pen right out of bag.
I think this witness is regretting being called. I think he might think it's going to do his professional career some damage. He does not look happy to be here. And is it just me, or does every single witness so far seem somewhat a little slow, or, you know, not quite right in the head or something?
What type of casework do you handle?
Mostly criminal at this point in time. I also do insurance, civil stuff and insurance, but I've been exclusively pretty much criminal for about the last 10 years.
How do you get your work?
I market. I have my own company.
His tie looks like it's made out of the curtains from a 1982 Holiday Inn, don't you think? If you went back in time to 1982 and stayed at a Holiday Inn, they would have that as curtains, I'm sure.
I try to market and get work, and that's how you do it. That's all I can say.
Were you what? We got to see that again. What? I try to market and get work.
What type of casework do you handle?
Mostly criminal at this point in time. I also do insurance, civil stuff and insurance, but I've been exclusively pretty much criminal for about the last 10 years.
How do you get your work?
I market. I have my own company. I try to market and get work, and that's how you do it. That's all I can say.
Were you retained as a private investigator by Mrs. Adelson's original attorneys?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
May of 2024.
Hey, Billy Bob Thornton's retarded brother, what are you here to tell us?
Now, I want to specifically direct you to when you were asked to speak with an individual by the name of Patricia Bird.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. And
looks like somebody pissed in his cornflakes. I was just thinking, how is this guy's home life going, Black Eagle? Do you think his wife just moved out and took everything? Like everything. Like the ice cube trays. He doesn't have fucking ice cube trays because his wife took them in the divorce. Right? Toothpicks. You know, just the whole thing. Just a house, an empty house. You know, he's probably living in his car just so he doesn't have to remind himself that she's gone.
What did you go to the jail to meet with her?
Yes, sir. I received a call from prior defense counsel saying there may be a person that has information on the case. He gave me the name, so at that point I had traveled to Leon County Jail, got there about 11 o'clock, and then was able to meet with Miss Bird.
Okay. Now, there are different kinds of visits that you can do at the jail. How did you meet with her?
I met with her in an attorney booth.
Okay, so you don't need to schedule an appointment for that?
No, sir.
Okay, just normal business hours?
Yes, sir.
And tell us, without telling us what was said, how did the conversation go?
Basically, I met her and I introduced myself and explained to her who I was. And I said, you understand you might have some information on the case? And she said, yes.
I know, these witnesses are kind of fun, right? After we got through that Spokane lady, I mean, the rest of it's like, what is going on? It's like, seriously? This is the best you could do? I mean, what a joke. I was really expecting something with a little, I know that they don't have much to work with, okay, but I was expecting a bit more substance than this. This is hilarious. This is a fucking, you know, what is Georgia Kappelman thinking, gazing over at this guy?
And she might have some information on Donna Adelson's case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did she have information about?
She told me she had some information about what Katie McBanawa had stated to her back in 2021 when they were incarcerated together.
Now, did she tell you that Donna Adelson offered her any sort of compensation to testify in her case?
No, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a trailer for that piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you Miss Adelson offered to buy her a vehicle?
No, sir.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No, sir.
So she didn't tell you any of those things that Donna Adelson, that she is saying Donna Adelson offered?
Absolutely not.
Did she tell you that Donna Adelson confessed to her?
Absolutely not.
Why would you expect her to tell this guy? Like, why would Miss Bird tell the private investigator that she's been offered these things as a bribe to commit perjury? I mean, you know,
Did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
I was instructed by prior defense counsel to not record the interview. That wasn't unusual because we spoke to I spoke to several prior inmates throughout those 2 or 3 months. So to answer your question, no, sir, I did not record the interview.
Now, did Miss Bird talk extensively about Miss McBanawa?
Yes, she did.
Did she say that Donna Adelson told her to say those things?
No, absolutely not.
Did Miss Bird know who Donna Adelson was prior to meeting Miss Adelson?
No, she did not.
Had she heard the name Donna Adelson?
No, she didn't. She actually told me when she met her.
When
in the jail, like she never heard of Donna's name. At that, she met her like maybe 4 weeks earlier inside the jail at that point in time.
Now, when Miss Bird is telling you about Miss Magbanawa, did you caution her in any way about her cooperating on Donna's behalf?
Yes, sir, I did. She told me what she told me, and then I said, Miss Bird, you know, the state's going to, you know, if you're a potential witness in this case, you're going to be put on the stand. They're going to say you were given something to say this. Our client told you to say this. And she said, absolutely not. They can say that all they want. That's the truth.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna told her to say anything other than what was true?
Dr. Spiegel from the Johnny Depp trial, that's a really good observation, Marie Claire. That is the kind of craziness that seems to be going on here.
No.
Look, unfortunately, I'm going to have to take Soap out, and it looks like they've got a break coming. So I'm just going to have to leave it with you, and it'll go to the seal, and we'll be back as soon as we can. Yeah. Damn, that's annoying. I really want to watch this, but I'm going to have to leave the cell phone here. It's what you got to do when you have an animal. All right, well, we'll see you in just over an hour, and we'll be back for the rest of the day, okay? Adios. Support the channel and buymeacoffee.com. See you later. Thanks so much, guys.
Was it your understanding that she was waiting for a plea offer in her own case?
She made mention to me that I asked her about her charges. I wanted to get to know her a little bit. So she told me why she was in. And we discussed that a little bit. And then she said, I'm expecting an offer soon.
That was what she said, expecting an offer soon?
I'm expecting an offer from the state soon.
And that was just over a year ago?
Yes, sir. That was August 30th, 2024.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Nothing further at this time?
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Just gonna grab one. So, Mr. Barnes, you said that you interviewed Miss Bird because Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel said that this may be a person who has information.
That's correct.
But that was prior to July 25 when the state listed Patricia Bird as a possible witness for the state, right?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. So in August of 24, the defense, for some reason, would have thought this person may have information and gone to you to interview them.
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about this, but you said you did not record your interview with her?
No.
Okay. You could have taken a recorder, like a pocket recorder, into the jail and recorded it, right?
I could have, but I was instructed not to record the statement.
Yes, sir. Now, after hearing this statement about how Magbanawa basically lied on the Adelsons, killed Dan Markell just to extort them for their money, is that right?
That's not exactly right, but you're in the ballpark, but that's not exactly what she told me.
Okay, can you tell me again exactly what she told you?
Yeah, I'm going to refer back to my report a little bit, if that's okay. I spoke Patricia, and she said that they were sitting at a table talking about the case, and then Bird quoted the following that McBanow had told her, and that was, "After we had him killed, we tried to get the money because we knew her boyfriend and family had a lot of money. We knew that they had money because the family offered the man $1 million apiece to move to South Florida." So at that time, Patricia and Katie, said, "Why not kill him and get the money ourselves?" So then Bird replied with, "Girl, that's crazy as hell. That's extortion." And Katie replied to her and said, "My kid's got to be raised and go to college as well."
So I have a question about that. So according to what you say Bird told you,
Yes.
Bird used the word extortion. That's the word Patricia Bird used.
Yes, ma'am. She
That
said,
McBanois used.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you heard this story, that would be very helpful, right, to Donna Adelson's case. Did you call her prior defense counsel and say, "Listen to what this lady's telling me. Can I have permission to record this? Can I do a recorded interview with her? This is going to be very important." You didn't do that, did you?
I did call them immediately when I left the jail, and I sent them an email with my summary within an hour.
Okay. Did you ask to go then do a recorded interview with her so you would have evidence of that?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay. And did they ask you to?
They didn't ask me. No, I told them what they told me, and if they have any additional instructions for me, I'll gladly go do what they asked me to do.
All right. Now, if Miss Bird, after all that, do you know why the defense never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I don't know the specific reason. I'm not the attorneys on the case. That's their job.
Do you know why these attorneys never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
State allow the witness to answer the question before cutting off, please.
Ms. Dugan, please wait for him to finish the answer.
Just repeat, please.
Do you know why either defense counsel never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I have no idea.
You were hired by prior defense counsel, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did charge for your services?
I did charge for my services, yes, ma'am.
That's all, thank you.
For your examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
The state just asked you, according to what you say Bird said to you, isn't that, in fact, what Miss Bird said to you, not just what you claim?
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
Okay. And you've been working in this industry for how many years?
And I would object to improper bolstering, Judge.
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
We're not doing speeding objections. I will ask your next question.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that contrary to what the state implied...
Objection to relevance as to what he would be surprised by.
Overruled. Please let him finish his question first before you object.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would it surprise you to learn that prior defense counsel, in fact, listed Patricia Bird on the witness list that they submitted prior to this case being set for trial September of 2024?
Would that surprise me? No.
Okay. And so, contrary to what Ms. Dugan indicated on cross-examination, it was your understanding that Ms. Bird was listed as a defense witness.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Further, Your Honor?
Will this witness be recalled by either party?
He'll be retained, but he's free to go about his business.
Mr. Barnes, do not discuss your testimony with any other person. You may step down.
Sir, thank you.
Please call your next witness. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. The attorneys can approach briefly for one moment. Everyone can be seated. Sir, I'm going to need you to step down from the witness stand and step outside the courtroom doors. Once the rule of sequestration is invoked, it applies equally to both parties. How long was he sitting in the back of the courtroom watching the defense case?
I was not aware he was here, Your Honor. Our assistant was trying to find him. I went in the hallway looking for him. I didn't see him before we called the witness that he sat in here for. She sent him a text message asking him where he was because we were concerned he was not here, and that was about 1:30. I believe, based on speaking to my assistant, that he was present during all or part of Ms. Khan's testimony, which is completely unrelated to his very limited scope in this case.
State, do you wish to be heard?
No, sir.
What's that?
You have an answer.
What is the substance of the testimony to be offered?
The substance of the testimony is a home search with Mr. and Mrs. Adelson and Dan Markell.
He's a realtor, Your Honor.
The bailiff has informed me that he was present for 15 to 20 minutes. I'm not entirely sure how this testimony would relate to other matters that we've gone over. We need a moment to determine if the witness should be permitted to testify. We'll take a brief break. 10 minutes. Everyone can be seated. You may examine Mr. Kelly when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Kelly, this is going to be very brief. Could you please tell the jury your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Tim Kelly, T-I-O, last name Kelly.
All right. And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a realtor.
And is that what your occupation was back in 2011?
Yes.
Did you have the pleasure of knowing a young man named Dan Markell?
I did.
At some point in November of 2011, were you contacted by Mr. Markell about seeing some homes?
Yeah, I'm not positive on the date, but if that's the date, yes, he did contact me about some homes.
Would it refresh your memory if you were able to look at the email communications?
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, that's fine.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep. Great. Yes, 2011.
Is that November 2011?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. And when he contacted you and you were making arrangements to look at homes, were those homes were you looking for a home in particular for his in-laws, Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Correct.
And were arrangements made for you to show homes?
Yes.
And did you in fact show homes?
Yes.
And who was present when you showed the homes? Who was with you?
I believe it was the Adelsons, both of them, the husband and wife, and Dan, and I believe Wendy and the boys, both boys, or just one boy. I can't remember who was there at the time, but okay. I think we had to make arrangements between cars or so.
Okay. Was it one time that you took them out or more?
I believe it was just one time.
Okay. And did you show them homes in the Tallahassee area?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And did they end up purchasing any of the homes that you showed them?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you refer them to another realtor that you know named Lisa Carey to look at homes?
I did not refer them to Lisa Carey. No, that was not.
That was not you?
No.
Do you work with Miss Carey?
I did at the time. We were a team.
Okay.
At one point, and I think we were still a team, and we probably were not in 2011.
Okay.
But no.
Okay. Can you hold on just 1 second, please?
Mm-hmm.
Just briefly, when you came to the courthouse today, did you come and sit inside the courtroom?
I did.
And did you observe and listen to some of the testimony?
I heard the end of the testimony that was being said.
Was it a male or a female?
Female.
Okay. Is there anything about the testimony that you heard that has affected your testimony as to these small issues on looking at a home?
No, no.
All right. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Kelly?
Hey.
So you showed these houses to the Donna and Harvey Adelson at Dan Markell's request?
Correct.
And was the thought that they would have more space, be able to stay up here for longer periods of time visiting Dan Markell and his family?
I believe that was it, yes.
Okay. And that was in 2011, you said?
According to the emails, yeah.
So Dan Markell and Wendy Adelson were still together at that time?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if they got divorced in summer or fall 2012, your interaction would have been about a year before that?
Correct.
And about 2 years before Halloween of 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect from the witness?
No, Judge.
You may step down, Mr. Kelly. Please call your next witness.
Defense will call Detective Joshua Turner.
Detective Turner, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You may adjust the microphone as you need to.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Josh Turner. I'm a deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Since September of 2016.
And during your time with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, can you tell the jury a little bit about what assignments you have worked?
Yes, I was in 2019 a field training officer, and then in 2020 I transferred into the Criminal Investigations Division at the Sheriff's Office. I worked in property crimes, auto crimes, and violent crimes.
Okay. And in your role as a detective with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, did you come to interview an inmate by the name of Drina Bernhardt?
I did.
And did you meet with her on December 18th of 2024?
I did.
Okay. And subsequent to that, did you notify the state attorney's office that Ms. Bernhardt had information concerning Donna Adelson?
I did.
And did you then attend a recorded interview with Ms. Bernhardt at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
During that interview, did she indicate what, if any, steps, and by she I'm referring to Ms. Bernhardt, took in when she was speaking with Ms. Adelson in the pod at the Leon County Detention Center?
She said that she was speaking to Ms. Adelson throughout the day and sitting in front of a camera at the detention facility.
She specifically stated that she situated herself and Ms. Adelson so that they would be picked up on the surveillance footage?
I'm not sure the exact wording, but yes.
Something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay. Now, previously, did you review State's Exhibit 105?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe it was the recording of the pod, the annex.
Okay, so there was surveillance video?
Yes.
So after Ms. Bernhardt's interview on December 20th, 2024, at the state attorney's office, did you go back to your office to download the surveillance video?
No, sir. I went to my vehicle and back up to the state attorney's office and downloaded it from there.
Okay, so you went to get your computer?
Yes, sir.
So back then, when you were assigned to the investigations unit, you had access to their surveillance videos?
I did.
Okay, and then you logged in from the state attorney's office and downloaded that?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and show him it was marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 105.
You may.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
I do.
Okay. Is this the surveillance, or is this a portion of the surveillance video that you obtained from the Leon County Detention Facility?
It is.
Aside from shortening the video so it was easier to show in court, any changes to it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Your Honor, just a moment. And at this point in time, I would move into evidence as Defense Exhibit 70, the surveillance video.
Any objection?
My only objection is rule completeness, Judge. I'm not sure how much shortening occurred, but I would ask for all of States 105 to be admitted.
And I can say, Your Honor, that
The video that was provided to us as States 105 is exactly what I've copied onto this thumb drive.
The item is admitted. It is to be published in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Honor. Where is the... Do you guys have the HDMI? So that I could use the computer. Is it okay if I stand over here rather than at the lectern?
That's fine.
Okay. So Detective, initially in the video, do we see Miss Bernhardt or Miss Adelson?
Yes, they are back towards the bunks.
And do they walk towards the foreground of the video?
At one point.
Okay. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Who's seated at the table with the dark hair?
That's Drina Bernhardt.
What does she have in front of her?
A notebook with a daisy and a yellow folder, looks like.
Did the video appear to show Miss Bernhardt putting a chair at the table towards the right?
It does.
Who's walking up now?
Miss Adelson.
Does it appear from the video that Miss Bernhardt got Miss Adelson to sit down at that table?
It does.
And they're engaged in conversation?
Yes.
without stating the obvious, there's no audio on this video, correct?
Correct.
Now, Detective, at this point, we're over 8 minutes into the video. Neither one of them have started writing, have they?
No.
you explain to the jury what Ms. Bernhardt just did?
It appears she took a piece of paper out of her notebook and is showing Miss Adelson something on that page.
Appears that something is already written on that page.
Potentially, I can't tell.
Now Ms. Bernhardt's writing on that piece of paper.
Correct.
It appears that Ms. Bernhardt is writing at this point.
Correct.
Judge, given that this is an hour and 14-minute long video, instead of publishing it in full as requested, is it okay if I fast forward to the points that I'm trying to make?
No, sir, I wasn't requesting publication in full. I just wanted the whole thing to be done.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So 1326, who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
1417, who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
When you met with her on the 18th, she told you not just that she had information about Donna Adelson, but that Donna Adelson was trying to enlist her, solicit her to give perjured testimony in this trial, right?
Correct.
So you learned that on the 18th. You relayed that information to who?
Investigator Newland.
With my office.
Correct.
All right. And the meeting at the state attorney's office ultimately happened on December 20th, right?
Correct.
And at that time, there was a more detailed interview conducted with Ms. Bernhardt to get the information she had about what had happened, right?
Correct.
Okay, and at that meeting, Bernhardt shows up with this pink notebook pictured in State's Exhibit 62, right?
Correct.
And she tells us in that meeting, hey, here's the script that she's written for me that she wants me to deliver at trial, right?
Correct.
And you were able to photograph the thing, and this is what's pictured in State 62?
Correct.
Okay. And what were Drina's instructions from the defendant about this exhibit? Why did we have to photograph it instead of impounding the thing?
Her instructions were to read over that and to trace it in her own handwriting and provide that back to Miss Adelson.
Okay, so she's supposed to copy what's here and give this back to Ms. Adelson.
Correct.
So Ms. Adelson was going to be expecting to get this thing back. We had to send it back with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did Bernhardt at the meeting on December 20th tell you when this script was authored by Mrs. Adelson?
She was speaking to Investigator Newland. I don't recall.
Based on what she told Investigator Newland, did you go and review that video and find the video that we just watched?
Correct.
All right, and so the video is from December 19th, right?
Correct.
So based, I mean, you didn't look through multiple days of videos. You knew to go to December 19th, right?
Correct.
So Bernhardt obviously said, she wrote this yesterday.
Correct.
I'm supposed to copy it and give it back to her. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went and found the video, did the video appear to corroborate what Bernhardt had told law enforcement that day?
It did.
And when Bernhardt originally reported this to you on the 18th, you said you let Investigator Newland know. Did you let Bernhardt know, hey, you're going to be interviewed on the 20th?
No.
Did Bernhardt have any way of knowing that we were going to have a meeting on the 20th?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, didn't we consider waiting until after Christmas to meet with her? Do you
Correct.
remember that? I was home with a bad injury, bad back.
Yes.
The kids were out of school. It was Christmas time. We talked about doing it after Christmas, right?
Correct.
So wasn't it just dumb luck that we happened to bring her over on the day that she was in possession of this thing in defendant's handwriting?
Yes.
Defense says, well, both women wrote in the notebook. We see one writing, we see the other one writing. Are you a handwriting expert?
No, ma'am.
Would you defer to the expertise of a handwriting expert in determining who wrote this particular thing?
Yes.
I want to publish that video, if you would, at 52:14. Go to 41:25. I think we already watched the part where Ms. Bernhardt here does take this pink notebook out and give it to Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
And it is Bernhardt's notebook, right?
Yes.
And after she gives it to the defendant does proceed to write in the notebook for quite some time, right?
Correct.
And if we go to 58:19, so we see Mrs. Adelson get up and walk away, and then she later returns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we go to 104. We see Ms. Bernhardt get up and walk away, and Ms. Adelson continues writing.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Detective, we know that Miss Adelson expected this document back that was written in Drina's notebook because that's what Drina said, right?
Correct.
But we can't hear what's being discussed on that video.
Correct.
We have to rely on what Miss Bernhardt says.
Correct.
Now, you testified on cross that Miss Bernhardt did not know that she was being brought up to the state attorney's office for a meeting on the 20th.
I don't believe she knew the date.
Yet, when she came, she brought a bunch of materials with her.
Correct.
And the state attorney's office collected what Drina said they should collect.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will the detective be recalled by the party?
I don't think so, Your Honor. He's released from the state.
Defense would do the same, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Please approach. Members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for the trial at this point for the day. We will resume tomorrow with the defense's case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person concerning this case. Also, do not seek out any information outside of this courtroom. Please report at 8:30 tomorrow. We will resume at 8:45. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Everyone can be seated. Please report tomorrow at 8:30. We will resume at 8:45 with the witnesses. Please have all witnesses that will be testifying in the morning present and ready. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford. Also, there is not to be any further violations of the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir, that was certainly not intentional. And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight gets in until 10. We will have further discussions with her to get her here as quickly as possible.
We're in recess.
What, they've had an early finish or what? Anybody here? Come in. Do you read? Do you read? This is Mission Control. What is going on? They must have finished early. It's only... What the hell? What a weird day. How dare they? I am going to start writing a very angry letter. Early finish. Just don't confess your crime. Okay. Christine. They finished at 2:40 p.m., huh? Wow. Oh yeah, that guy. Well, I might as well go and watch what I missed. Who's this?
Everyone can be seated. You may examine Mr. Kelly when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Kelly, this is going to be very brief. Could you please tell the jury your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Tim Kelly, T-I-O, last name Kelly.
All right. And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a realtor.
And is that what your
KY. Save it for the swingers.
occupation was back in 2011?
Yes,
Did you have the pleasure of knowing a young man named Dan Markell?
I did.
At some point in November...
Did you have the pleasure of knowing a young man that my client did not murder? Did you have the pleasure of meeting a fantastic, brilliant legal mind and pillar of the academic community? When are we getting started on that statue?
Of 2011, were you contacted by Mr. Markell about seeing some homes?
Yeah, I'm not positive on the date, but if that's the date, yes, he did contact me about some homes.
Would it refresh your memory if you were able to look at the email communications?
Yeah, I can't remember if yeah, that's fine.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep. Great. Yes, 2011.
Is that November 2011?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And when he contacted you and you were making arrangements to look at homes, were those homes were you looking for a home in particular for his in-laws, Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Correct.
And were arrangements made for you to show homes?
Yes.
And did you in fact show homes?
Yes.
And who was present when you showed the homes? Who was with you?
I believe it was the Adelsons, both of them, the husband and wife, and Dan, and I believe Wendy and the boys, both boys, or just one boy. I can't remember who was there at the time, but okay. I think we had to make arrangements between cars or so.
Okay. Was it one time that you took them out or more?
I believe it was just one time.
Okay. And did you show them homes in the Tallahassee area?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And did they end up purchasing any of the homes that you showed them?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you refer them to another realtor that you know named Lisa Carey to look at homes?
I did not refer them to Lisa Carey. No,
okay.
That was not.
That was not you?
No.
Do you work with Miss Carey?
I did at the time. We were a team.
Okay.
At one point, and I think we were still a team, and we probably were not in 2011.
Okay.
But no.
Okay. Can you hold on just one second, please?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, David Anderson Kirk.
Just briefly, when you came to the courthouse today, did you come and sit inside the courtroom?
I did.
And did you observe and listen to some of the testimony?
I heard the end of the testimony that was being said.
Was it a male or a female?
Female.
Okay. Is there anything about the testimony that you heard that has affected your testimony as to these small issues on looking at a home?
No.
All right. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Sarah.
Mr. Kelly.
Hey.
So you showed these houses.
You see how I can tell from just the slightest flash of hair? True crime metrics. Hair expert.
No.
All right. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Bush! Oh, he's good. He's good.
So you showed these houses to the Donna and Harvey Adelson at Dan Markel's request?
Correct.
And was the thought that they would have more space, be able to stay up here for longer periods of time visiting Dan Markel and his family?
I believe that was it, yes.
Okay. And that was in 2011, you said?
According to the emails, yeah.
So Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson were still together at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And if they got divorced in summer or fall 2012, your interaction would have been about a year before that?
Correct.
And about 2 years before Halloween of 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect from the witness? No, Judge. You may step down, Mr. Kelly. Please call your next witness.
Please give me.
Detective Joshua Turner.
Oh, you don't need 5 minutes to shuffle your papers?
Detective Turner, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You may adjust the microphone as you need to.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Josh Turner. I'm a deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Since September of 2016.
And during your time with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, can you tell the jury a little bit about what assignments you have worked?
Yes, I was in 2019 a field training officer, and then in 2020 I transferred into the Criminal Investigations Division at the Sheriff's Office. I worked in property crimes, auto crimes, and violent crimes.
Okay. And in your role as a detective with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, did you come to interview an inmate by the name of Drina Bernhardt?
I did.
And did you meet with her on December 18th of 2024?
I did.
Okay. And subsequent to that, did you notify the state attorney's office that Ms. Bernhardt had information concerning Donna Adelson?
I did.
And did you then attend a recorded interview with Ms. Bernhardt at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
During that interview, did she indicate what, if any, steps, and by she I'm referring to Ms. Bernhardt,
took in when she was speaking with Miss Adelson in the pod at the Leon County Detention Center?
She said that she was speaking to Miss Adelson throughout the day and sitting in front of a camera at the detention facility.
She specifically stated that she situated herself and Miss Adelson so that they would be picked up on the surveillance footage?
I'm not sure the exact wording, but yes.
Something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay. Now, previously, did you review State's Exhibit 105?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe it was the recording of the pod, the annex.
Okay, so there was surveillance video?
Yes.
So after Ms. Bernhardt's interview on December 20th, 2024, at the state attorney's office, did you go back to your office to download the surveillance video?
No, sir. I went to my vehicle and back up to the state attorney's office and downloaded it from there.
Okay, so you went to get your computer?
Yes, sir.
So back then, when you were assigned to the investigations unit, you had access to their surveillance videos?
I did.
Okay, and then you logged in from the state attorney's office and downloaded that?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and show him it was marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 105.
You may.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
I do.
Is this the surveillance, or is this a portion of the surveillance video that you obtained from the Leon County Detention Facility?
It is.
Aside from shortening the video so it was easier to show in court, any changes to it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Your Honor, just a moment. And at this point in time, I would move into evidence as Defense Exhibit 70, the surveillance video.
Any objection?
My only objection is rule completeness, Judge. I'm not sure how much shortening occurred, but I would ask for all of States 105 to be admitted.
And I can say, Your Honor, that the video that was provided to us as States 105 is exactly what I've copied onto this thumb drive.
The item is admitted. It is to be published in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you guys have the HDMI? So that I could use the computer. Is it okay if I stand over here rather than at the lectern?
That's fine.
Well, look. So that's one of the pods. all those bunks and then tables. So that is where Donna has been spending her time, I guess. How about that?
Okay.
So, shh.
So Detective, initially in the video, do we see Miss Bernhardt or Miss Adelson?
Yes, they are back towards the bunks.
And do they
Where?
walk?
Where's Miss Adelson? I don't see either of them. I mean, I guess just to the right-hand side of the pillar post could be Donna. She's got kind of gray hair. I guess that's her.
Towards the foreground of the video.
Oh, there.
At one point.
Wow, that was a pretty confident walk, Donna. That was like jailhouse, don't fuck with me walk, right?
Yes, they are back towards the bunks.
Fuck with me and you're losing an eye.
Do they walk towards the foreground of the video?
At one point.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
Look at that guard on the left behind the TV. I mean, what a boring job, huh? You gotta sit in there with people who are stuck in there. I mean, and hate being there. It just must be one of the most horrible jobs that you could possibly do. Prison guard.
Seated at the
Helvetica's here, hey.
table with the dark hair.
The Harlem Shuffle.
What does she have in front of her?
A notebook with a daisy and a yellow folder, looks like.
Was that Donna coming back? No. Yes. Was it? Let's see her do the Harlem Shuffle again.
Have in front of her?
A notebook with a daisy and a yellow folder, looks like.
A daisy? Oh, that's not Donna. A daisy? What do you mean, a daisy? Like a flower? They don't allow flowers in jail. Yeah, they have headphones in jail for the tablet to make calls.
The video appear to show.
There
Miss
she is,
Bernhardt
Harlem
putting a chair
Shuffle.
at the table towards the right.
It does.
Who's walking up now?
Miss Adelson.
Bad boys for life. Wow, look at her right at home. Running things. I'm running things now. What made Donna look at Miss Bernhardt and think, you know what this inmate needs? You know what could just tip the scales in my favor if I provide this inmate? What she really needs, what she could really use, is a grand piano.
Does it appear from the video that Miss Bernhardt got Miss Adelson to sit down at that table?
It does.
And they're
engaged in conversation?
Yes.
Oh, it was a hell of a day, Nicole. I just stepped out and they've ended. I came back, I had to walk soap, and they ended at, what, 2:30, I think someone said? And, oh, what a shit show the morning was. Absolutely diabolical. I mean, it looks like Donna and Harvey were swingers. So they brought in a bunch of their friends, and they testified as character witnesses and just showed us all how fucking brainwashed they are. Either that or they're willfully aiding and abetting murderers. Then we had this poor, sad sack private investigator who looked like his wife had just left him and taken everything from the house, including ice cube trays. And I think we decided that he was probably, most likely, sleeping in his car just to avoid the emotional, torment of walking around his house empty, completely empty. No ice cube trays, for fuck's sake. Nothing. And then what else? God, there was this terrible expert witness who was supposed to come in and I still don't really know. No one knows because she was so not good at explaining herself. She had an Excel spreadsheet, we know that. We don't know what was on it. I mean, it was really unclear. I think she was saying, it was just terrible. No one knew what the hell she was talking about. And it wasn't because it was complicated. It was because she wasn't good at explaining. Like sometimes that happens with Sergeant Corbett. You know, you go, okay, fucking hell, this is hard to follow. But you always know that he knows what he's talking about. That wasn't the case here at all. And we worked out that this expert witness who flew from Portland, Oregon to Tallahassee just for the travel days was paid $10,000. Because she's on $300 an hour, which includes travel. And it's a 6-hour flight, plus you got to fuck around with getting to the airport, being at the airport, security, blah, 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 blah. Twice, there and back, right? $10,000, which she confirmed, just for the travel. Not even doing any work, just for coming there. Which begs the question, why bring someone from the complete other end of the country? You know? Like, if you'd have got a Tallahassee expert, it wouldn't have cost $10,000. It would have cost $50, maybe, for a taxi. Yeah, 10 G's. So Soap and I are now eagerly planning out our strategy to become expert witnesses to give testimony in murder trials. That's where the money is, right? Do you think she needs anyone to buy her coffees? Hell no. Hell no. Oh, you know, Brian, the dentist appointment was, it's all part of it, isn't it? I mean, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Without
I
stating the obvious, there's no audio on this video, correct?
I misread your comment, Black Eagle, and I can't repeat it.
Correct.
It would be too disrespectful. And they just sit in there all day, huh? I want something to erupt. I want to see a riot. How annoying would it be where every little thing has to be like bolted to the floor, because if it's not, then everyone's going to make a weapon out of something, and yeah, just what an environment. Look at it. And you got to sleep in there too. Do you think they stay in there like all day, every day? Eat, sleep, chit chat. Just nuts, huh? I can put the coffee link, sure, thanks, Nicole. One coffee link coming up. If anybody wants to support the channel, there's the link. I forget what we're supposed to be watching here, but I do like watching the inmates. I'll tell you something, if they give closing argument to Zellman, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with these people. Why is he... Has Jackie done any direct examinations today? I think she might have done one brief one. I don't recall. Solitaire.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever
Boom.
fucking with me.
Hey, gotta get those notifications back on, but that was... Oh, Nicole, thanks so much for the coffees. Or coffee. Thank you, gang, thank you. Very kind of you, Nicole. Thanks for your fun content and chat. Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do. Do you think she could be late lunching in South Beach after a day at the spa? So interesting to see the inside of the jail, so boring for them and for CEO
Detective, at this
monitoring
point, we're over 8 minutes into the video. Neither one of them have started writing, have they?
No.
having Harvey come pick her up because she had one martini too many with her bridge friends. I don't believe there was any word about Donna testifying. I think the defense are going to really try and milk everything they can, just throw everything they can at the wall and see what sticks. If with Charlie's trial, as far as I remember, it was the only testimonies that were involved were his own, and Kristen, Wendy's lawyer, about the custody litigation. They really kind of bailed and didn't really make a case. But I think with Donna's case, we're going to see a lot of small witnesses, as many character witnesses as possible, and these bullshit experts. But as far as the evidence that they're arguing, every single thing that they've made a case out of today is just things that happened after the trip to Vietnam, the jailhouse snitches, phone calls that were going on after. I mean, they're almost not arguing against the state's assertions about planning and the money and so on, which is bizarre. I don't know why they're doing that. I think she'll never see her son again, ever. Well, he still might testify, we don't know.
Can you explain to the jury what Ms. Bernhardt just did?
It appears she took a piece of paper out of her notebook and is showing Miss Adelson something on that page.
Appears that something is already written on that page.
Potentially, I can't tell.
Now Ms. Bernhardt's writing on that piece of paper.
Correct.
There's 0 sense in showing this long video to the jury. Nothing's happening. Where are they even sitting? Is it on the little round table in the corner?
It appears that Ms. Bernhardt is writing at this point.
Correct.
Judge, given that this is an hour and 14-minute long video, instead of publishing it in full as requested, is it okay if I fast forward to the points that I'm trying to make?
Yeah, please do.
Sir, I wasn't requesting publication in full. I just wanted the whole thing to be
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's an hour and 14 minutes long, for God's sake.
1326, who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
Yeah, they're on the little round table in the corner.
1417, who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
She's still writing?
Yes.
1446. My client takes the paper and starts writing, correct?
Correct.
Derek, I think they're trying to show that Miss Bernhardt was doing the writing for this kind of like plan or something. It's unclear. You know, the defense are really, really bad at telling us what we're supposed to be looking at. It's unbelievable. Very, very weak day. Very weak first day to the defense case in chief. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that even though they've not got much to work with, I'm very surprised that they couldn't come up with something better than this and make it flow. You know? Why can't you make it flow? I mean, you had all a 3-day weekend to sort it out. I mean, what the fuck?
Fast forward to 1642. Did Miss Bernhardt take the notebook back?
She did.
And from this vantage point, we can't see what Miss Adelson is writing, can we?
Correct.
However, it's clear that Miss Bernhardt is still speaking with my client.
They seem to be engaged in conversation.
$22.50. What do we see Miss Bernhardt doing now?
She placed 2 notebooks on the table.
And one of them was the hot pink one that we saw. I think the state submitted into evidence. It's a hot pink.
Correct.
Okay. $41.24. What do we see now?
Trina's opening the hot pink notebook.
Is she showing Mrs. Adelson something in that notebook?
It appears so.
Fast forward to 4404. Are they both writing?
Yes.
This is great, microbial. So the defense so far is Donna was suicidal. The gourmet swinger said they should buy one-way tickets, and maybe the lady who owns the notebook wrote something in it one time. Oh, and Corbett was correct in his analysis, but Excel can reduce the number of lines. $10,000 just for the travel. What was the total bill? How many hours did she put in at $300 an hour? Wow. About 48:22, Mrs. Adelson handed Drina something. Do they appear to be discussing it now?
It appears so.
Fast forwarded a little bit to 51 minutes. It appeared that Miss Adelson had gotten up and is now sitting back down.
That's correct.
Fast forward to 54 minutes. It still appear that they're both looking through the pages and discussing them.
It does.
Now we're at 55:35. They're still both discussing some topic, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what they're discussing.
Correct.
And they're both looking at pages that they have in front of them.
Correct.
We're at 59:34. Appears they're both still writing.
Correct.
And as with previously, can we tell what they're writing?
No.
Can we determine what they're discussing?
No.
Now we're at 1 minute, or 1 hour, 1 minute and 22 seconds. Can you tell the jury what's going on here?
Miss Bernhardt just opened some notebook. She's writing, and Miss Adelson is also writing.
Detective, from your previous review of this surveillance video, does the same behavior continue where they're both writing and discussing things between now and the end of the video?
I believe so, yes.
Can we get the lights, please? Detective, do you recall the date that video was collected? I'm sorry, it's a poorly worded question. Do you recall the date that video was taken?
I believe it was December 19th.
So the day before Ms. Adelson met with the state attorney's office. I'm sorry, Ms. Bernhardt. Thank you.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Detective, that's the day after Ms. Barnhart told you that she had information about my client.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Cross-exam. You may.
When you met with her on the 18th, she told you not just that she had information about Donna Adelson, but that Donna Adelson was trying to enlist her, solicit her to give perjured testimony in this trial, right?
Correct.
So you learned that on the 18th. You relayed that information to who?
Investigator Newland.
With my office.
Correct.
All right. And the meeting at the state attorney's office ultimately happened on December 20th, right?
Correct.
And at that time, there was a more detailed interview conducted with Ms. Bernhardt to get the information she had about what had happened, right?
Correct.
Okay, and at that meeting, Bernhardt shows up with this pink notebook pictured in State's Exhibit 62, right?
Correct.
And she tells us in that meeting, hey, here's the script that she's written for me that she wants me to deliver at trial, right?
Correct.
And you were able to photograph the thing, and this is what's pictured in State 62?
Correct.
Okay. And what were Drina's instructions from the defendant about this exhibit? Why did we have to photograph it instead of impounding the thing?
Her instructions were to read over that and to trace it in her own handwriting and provide that back to Ms. Adelson.
Okay, so she's supposed to copy what's here and give this back to Ms. Adelson.
Correct.
So Ms. Adelson was going to be expecting to get this thing back. We had to send it back with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did Bernhardt at the meeting on December 20th tell you when this script was authored by Mrs. Adelson?
She was speaking to Investigator Newland. I don't recall.
Based on what she told Investigator Newland, did you go and review that video and find the video that we just watched?
Correct.
All right, and so the video is from December 19th, right?
Correct.
So you didn't look through multiple days of videos. You knew to go to December 19th, right?
Correct.
So Bernhardt obviously said, she wrote this yesterday.
Correct.
I'm supposed to copy it and give it back to her. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went and found the video, did the video appear to corroborate what Bernhardt had told law enforcement that day?
It did.
And when Bernhardt originally reported this to you on the 18th, you said you let Investigator Newland know. Did you let Bernhardt know, hey, you're going to be interviewed on the 20th?
No.
Did Bernhardt have any way of knowing that we were going to have a meeting on the 20th?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, didn't we consider waiting until after Christmas to meet with her? Do you
Correct.
remember that? I was home with a bad injury, bad back.
Yes.
The kids were out of school. It was Christmas time. We talked about doing it after Christmas, right?
Correct.
So wasn't it just dumb luck that we happened to bring her over on the day that she was in possession of this thing in defendant's handwriting?
Yes.
Defense says, well, both women wrote in the notebook. We see one writing, we see the other one writing. Are you a handwriting expert?
No, ma'am.
Would you defer to the expertise of a handwriting expert in determining who wrote this particular thing?
Yes.
I want to publish that video, if you would, at 52:14. already watched the part where Ms. Bernhardt here does take this pink notebook out and give it to Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
And it is Bernhardt's notebook, right?
Yes.
And after she gives it to the defendant does proceed to write in the notebook for quite some time, right?
Correct.
And if we go to 5819, so we see Mrs. Adelson get up and walk away, and then she later returns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and if we go to
Harlem
104,
Shuffle. Oh, isn't it going to be funny to watch Wendy in one of these places? You know, Donna's a little bit more, you know, I'm sure she doesn't like it, but, you know, she's a little bit more old school. Wendy's going to be pissed off to be in there, man. Oh. Yeah.
We see Ms. Bernhardt get up and walk away, and Ms. Adelson continues writing.
Crazy Bernhardt.
Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
Detective, we know that Miss Adelson expected this document back that was written in Drina's notebook because that's what Drina said, right?
Correct.
But we can't hear what's being discussed on that video.
Correct.
We have to rely on what Miss Bernhardt says.
Correct.
Now, you testified on cross that Miss Bernhardt did not know that she was being brought up to the state attorney's office for a meeting on the 20th.
I don't believe she knew the date.
Yet, when she came, she brought a bunch of materials with her.
Correct.
And the state attorney's office collected what Drina said they should collect.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will the detective be recalled by the party?
I don't think so, Your Honor. He's released from the state.
Defense would do the same, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Please approach.
I think they're getting ready to close the day. Early finish. Did anyone else notice that that detective's mouth was about 5 times too small for his head, his face? Look, let's get a screenshot of that guy. Hold on. We don't want to. We want to keep that. This one. Look, that's not normal. You can't have a mouth that's less wide than your nose. What does he eat? I'll have a grape. One grape. It's all I can fit in my mouth. What is with that? It just doesn't look right. His mouth is literally the smallest feature on his entire face. Evelina, how you doing? Sweet corn. His upper lip has 2 perfect points. Let's see it again. Wow, yeah, that is sharp. God, look at that. It's like the letter M for murderer. God. It's a perfect triangle. That's freaking me out. I don't want to look at it anymore. Goodbye. So the gourmet swinger stayed in... Oh, look, the gourmet swinger has a pinky ring, ladies and gentlemen. Why do people do that? What happens in someone's life where they wake up one day and say, you know what I need? I need a gold ring for my little finger. Why? Like, what is it achieving? I don't have a problem with rings particularly. But, I mean, there's a finger called a ring finger for a reason, right? That's the best one.
Members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for the trial at this point for the day. We will resume tomorrow with the defense's case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person concerning this case. Also, do not seek out any information outside of this courtroom. Please report at 8:30 tomorrow. We will resume at 8:45. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
What a strange day. What an unbelievable... I think the jury are walking out going, what the fuck was that? What is going on? We want to go back to Labor Day. You know. All the jury probably have a bunch of leftovers to look forward to that they're going to enjoy on their early day, on their early finish day. Gourmet swinger merch. Let's do it, Derek. Gourmet swinger. Inspired by friends of Adelson's. I love it. I need to write it down so we don't forget. Gourmet swinger. Gourmet. Oh, hang on. Gourmet swinger. I love that, actually. Gourmet swinger. Merch. Beautiful. They might give us a clue now, Nicole, why court ended early.
Everyone can be seated. Please report tomorrow at 8:30. We will resume at 8:45 with the witnesses. Please have all witnesses that will be testifying in the morning present and ready. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford, also. There is not to be any further violations of the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir, that was certainly not intentional. And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight gets in until 10. We will have further discussions with her to get her here as quickly as possible.
We're in recess.
Whoa, Judge Everett is not having fun. Did you see that? So, one of Zellman's witnesses came in to the courtroom when some other witness was testifying and heard the end of their testimony. And Zellman had to ask him on the stand, did hearing that testimony affect your testimony here today? That was a violation of sequestration. Judge Everett is pissed. And he's just said not to be any further violations of sequestration. And Zellman has given an excuse. Yes, Your Honor, that was certainly not intentional. Well, it fucking better not be. Trying to con your way into a mistrial. And Judge Everett didn't acknowledge it. We are in recess. That was... I've seen a few things from Judge Everett today that I've never seen before. You know, foul-tempered things. Just watch that again.
Everyone can be seated.
The other thing is, today the unbelievably slow and disorganized, the defense. Big gaps between witnesses, can't find people, take ages bringing them in, and the whole thing felt like, why don't you guys even slightly have your shit together? You know, having your shit together is a good look. For everybody in the room, a good look for the judge, a good look for the jury. You know? I mean, those are the people that matter, really, but...
Please report tomorrow at 8:30. We will resume at 8:45 with the witnesses. Please have all witnesses that will be testifying in the morning present and ready. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford, also. There is not to be any further violations of the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir, that was certainly not intentional. And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight gets in until 10. We will have further discussions with her to get her here as quickly as possible.
We're in recess.
Oh, cold. Cold as ice, baby. No acknowledgement to his excuse. I mean, that is a powerful thing to do. That is saying, I'm running this here, okay? I'm the one with the balls, okay? I don't give a shit about your excuse. Well, I mean, now we're at the end of the day and we don't know what to do. Fucking early finish. They shouldn't be finished for another 40 minutes. So what are we gonna do? Well, I guess I should... I don't know. Nicole, yeah, get the replay, Nicole, because it was really, apart from the expert witness who was just so annoying, we had to skip that basically because it was like, okay, this is just hurting everyone's brain. This is horrible. But the other witnesses, as a cumulative, bunch, as a bunch, it was just quite funny to think, this is what your fucking, this is your defense? A bunch of gourmet swingers to come in as mild at best character witnesses? It was strange. Very strange. Anyway, we've been going for 8 hours and 18 minutes. 8 hours 18. So I guess we'll cut it off. Will we be back later? Maybe. I mean, we should. We should do something. I'll see if we can. No promises, but keep an eye on those notifications, y'all. If not, we will of course be back tomorrow, starting at, what did he say a time? Well, it'll either be 8:30 in the morning or 8:45 in the morning, Eastern, which is so early for you guys on the West Coast. Oh man, that's too early for the West Coast. But it is what it is. Interesting stuff, huh? What's going to happen? We don't know. Please do leave a like on the video on your way out. That would be great. Smash that like button in the face. Elbow him in the ribs. And make him bleed. Many thanks to the chatters, super coffees, super stickers, and these wonderful moderators that just get better and better by each passing day. Oh. He's got opium, and we'll just finish off these comments. Brian Faircloth says he's got opium eyes. Sorry, I'm 6 minutes behind. That's okay. Evelina says, I think Fulford had too many sleeping pills last night and it affected her today. She actually did seem to be sleeping throughout the entire day. I mean, his lips have an M for Metrix. I don't know if I want to imagine that or not. I have to see the Gourmet Swinger. There's 3 of them. The Gourmet Swingers are fantastic. Watch out for the guy, I forget his name. He's the one that's got the very colourful tie. His tie looks like it was used by a tribe in Tanzania. M for Metrix. See you later, Derek. Enjoy Jakarta. Have yourself a jackfruit or some what else do they have? Nasi goreng. Get yourself some nasi goreng. Or is that just barley? Anyway, have fun. Everybody have fun. Amy, have fun. Yeah. Well, we're about to close it up, Amy. I got back and it had ended, so I went back and we did it again. We did it all again. But I think we should go now. But I'm so pumped. I want to do another show. Right now. But maybe I should take care of some of these other things in my life. And Soap's still looking at me. Why? You went for a swim and you did everything you want. Now you want more. It's all about you, isn't it, Soap? All about you. You don't care. You don't care about the show. We should get that webcam soon. I'm psyched that Derek has the same webcam that we've been thinking of. I don't think he's used it yet, he said. I said, hey, look, that's that webcam. And he goes, well, I've not used it. But it's still, it's encouraging to me. Yeah, we can be webcam buddies. Or does that sound a little gay? That might sound a little gay. We're not going to call ourselves that. We're not the webcam buddies. Doesn't matter at all. Yeah, but we should get a webcam because I want Soap to do the broadcast from here on out. That's going to get shitloads of likes and views when a dog is running a true crime channel. Maybe that's what the world has been missing, right? That could be what the world has been missing. Dog crime. Anyway. Yeah, we'll see you later. Will we be on later? Maybe. I don't know. I can't commit. I want to be free. But I am pumped, so maybe. You never know. All right. Adios.